All right, good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to day one of the Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate, COYEC 2026. My name is Aisha, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be your co-moderator for today's virtual launch. I'll be co-hosting today's event with amazing Ifunaya Juliet Oti. Hello, Naya.
Hi everyone, my name is Ifunanya Juliet Etsy, and I'm your co-host for today.
All right, thank you. The clock struck exactly 9:52, which means we are officially open for COYEC 2026. All right, let's see some excitement in the chat. COYEC is an annual flagship conference organized by SDSN Youth Nigeria, convening young leaders, climate actors, policymakers, academics, and private sector professionals from across Africa. The conference was established to address the urgent need for youth-centered action on environment and climate challenges threatening Africa's economic growth, social well-being, and ecological sustainability. It's our fifth consecutive year of uniting Africa's brightest young innovators, climate actors, and policymakers to drive sustainable action. Our theme for this edition is the future of work, technology, and sustainability in a changing environment. Over the next 2 days, we'll focus sharply on how rapid urbanization intersects with climate change and how technology can unlock green economic opportunities across Africa. We'll have a quick overview of today's event. So firstly, we'll have opening remarks and goodwill messages from SDSN Amazing Leadership. Then we'll move on to a special session, which is going to be a fun game session, which I will be anchoring. So stay tuned for that. Then after we'll move on to our abstract presentation, which is the intellectual and main event for today. Then we'll have our closing remarks. All right. So to set the stage for today's event, it is my privilege to invite our first speaker for the opening remarks. Please turn your attention to the screen and virtually welcome the network coordinator for SDSN Nigeria, Ms. Oluwatoyin Udulano. Ms. Oluwatoyin, are you here?
Yes, I am. Please
All right,
confirm you can hear.
it's good to have you. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll start by saying a happy new month to you all and everyone joining us from different locations around the world. We are super excited to really have you join in an important conversation like this. And before we proceed, I'd like to recognize the presence of Prof. Mrs. Ngozi Odiaka, our country director, and our network manager, Mr. Emmanuel Olaolowoyo, and also our deputy network coordinator, Mr. Ojolo Oluwatobiloba, as well as our team leads, delegates, and each and every one of us participating today. Good morning once again, and welcome to this timely discussion on the future of work, technology, and sustainability in a changing environment. And as we all can see, happenings around us, we are witnessing unprecedented changes in the way we live, in the way we work, from the AI to digital transformation and growing urgency of climate action. And it's very important that even in the choices we have to make, the decisions we have to implement, we need to take cognizance of these happenings. And moving forward, it's really important. In fact, the future of work and technology and sustainability in a changing environment is actually a very important conversation that we cannot overlook. And it's also important that as technology progress, we don't just look at that future of work in the aspect of new innovations. We also need to look at it in the aspect of sustainability, inclusion, and resilience. And it's important to also note that it's not just adapting to new technologies, but ensuring that innovation creates value. What we are innovating, is it valuable? Is it sustainable? And is it going to create impact for people and the planet? So today's conversation is very key. And very confident by God's grace it will provide valuable insights, inspire new ideas, and challenge us to actually think differently about the opportunities and responsibilities that lie ahead. So I want to say once again, welcome to COIEC 2026, and do all have a really engaging discussion, conversation, and we look forward to something really impactful today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Oluwatoyin Odilano, for that brilliant call to action, a wonderful opening remark for today's event. Youth agency is not just simply a buzzword anymore. It is concrete structural engine behind Africa's climate adaptation and economic future. So, Miss, well, okay. I think we should go on to, first of all, I would like to acknowledge our country director, Professor Mrs. Ngozi Odiaka, for our wonderful stewardship and counsel. I also like to acknowledge our country director, Mr. Emmanuel Ola Oluwu, country manager for SDSN Youth Nigeria, Mr. Emmanuel Ola Oluwu. So on the screen we have this barcode, which is a barcode for you to scan for events resources, so particularly our speakers' bios for our abstract presenters. So if you want to check their bios, you want to connect with them, this is the barcode for you to scan. All right. So I'm very excited for this session. So this is for us, this is a game session for us to just charge up and test our knowledge about COIEC and climate change before we move on to today's abstract presentation. So this is how it's going to work. We're going to have a series of multiple choice questions for you to answer. So just drop in the comment section the answers A, B, C, or D, and I'll be checking the comment section to read them out. All right. Technical team, first question. Thank you. All right, question one is up. COIEC 2026 is the blank edition of COIEC. A, first, B, third, C, fifth, and D, seventh. I have mentioned this today, but I would like to see who's following. COIEC 2026, what edition are we now? All right. Okay, I have an answer from Adun Ola. She says C. From Umar Rofiat, 5th edition. All right, the groups on the YouTube. Okay. I'm seeing B, C, 5th. Okay. All right, so let's review the answer. The answer is C. Yes, 5th edition of COIEC, half a decade of immense impact. So over to the next question. What is the full meaning of COIEC? This is a tricky one because they're quite similar, right? So A, Conference of Youth on Climate and Environment. B, Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate. C, Climate of Youth Environment Conference. D, all of the above. All right. Let's have your answers coming in. Okay. Sadiq Sulaiman says A. Christian says C. Wow. Okay. So this one actually has a diverse range of answers. I'm seeing B, C, D, A. Okay. Any more? Wow. D is all of the above. Wow. Okay. All right. So technical team, please review the answer. B. COIEC stands for Conference of Youth on Environment and Climate. So if you don't know that before, Now you do. All right, let's move on to the next question. What is the main goal of sustainability? Right? It's testing your SDG knowledge. A, use all resources quickly. B, avoid development. C, increase production at all costs. D, meet present needs without compromising the future. What is the main goal of sustainability? Okay. I'm waiting for your answers. Okay, D, meet present needs without compromising the future. Okay, D, oh. Okay. This answer is uniform. D. Okay. All right, so I'm seeing all these. Well, technical team, please review the answer. D, everyone is correct. Well done. Great job to everyone. Meet present needs without compromising the future. That is the main theme of sustainability. All right, let's move on to the next question. What is an example of youth-led innovation? A, community recycling initiative. B, deforestation projects. C, plastic dumping system. D, oil exploration. Which is an example of a youth-led innovation? I'll take the options again. A, community recycling initiative. B, deforestation projects. C, plastic dumping system. D, oil exploration. Okay, I'm seeing A, C. Sarah says A. Sarah's Oshochukwu. All right, Odumegu says A. Okay, I saw one B earlier, but now everything is A. All right. Thank you very much. Technical team, please reveal the answer. A, community recycling initiative. So that is the answer, which is an example of a youth-led innovation. All right, great job to everyone for getting that correctly. So next one, how can we as young people contribute to climate action? How can we as young people contribute to climate action? A, by creating innovative local solutions. B, by avoiding discussions. C, by increasing consumption. And D, by ignoring environmental issues. Right, I'll give you a few seconds to catch up on YouTube. I've been seeing some answers in the Zoom chat as well. Okay, Sarah Osochukwu again says A. Okay, A. I saw one B just now. Okay, Emmanuel says D. All right, Abubakar says B. Then a lot of A's by creating innovative local solutions. All right. Technical team, over to you. Please review the answer. A. Okay, community recycling initiative. I think you have the wrong. Technical team, can you review the answer again for the previous question? All right, we're having a technical delay, but yes, I'll just move on. All right, which is an example of climate adaptation? A, ignoring floods. B, building flood-resistant infrastructure. C, increasing pollution. And D, cutting down trees, which is an example of climate adaptation. All right. William says B. Sarah, B. Odumego again, B. Okay, a lot of B's. Rehab says A. Okay, lot of B's and A's. All right, technical team, reveal the answer. B, building flood resistant infrastructure. That's an example of climate adaptation, building flood resistant infrastructure. All right, next question, please. All right, which action reduces carbon emissions at work? Which actions reduces carbon emissions at work? A, daily unnecessary travel. B, burning waste. C, using renewable energy and digital tools. D, printing everything. Which action reduces carbon emissions at work? Okay. C. Okay, I've seen a lot of C's. Mohammed says B. Okay. C, C, C. Then Jelayemi says C. Kristen says B. All right. Thank you very much. Ha. See someone saying F. Very funny. Okay. Technical team, please review the answer. C, using renewable energy and digital tools. So we're not saying you should not use energy, but use renewable energy and your digital tools. Okay. All right. Next slide. Next question. What is the theme for COEC 2026? Want to know people that are present. What is the theme for COEC 2026? A, future of work technology in a changing environment. B, unlocking a plastic-free future through innovation and action. C, future of work, technology and sustainability in a changing environment. D, youth-led climate action, nurturing sustainable futures. What is the theme for COEC 2026? Okay. Marvelous says A. Tenny says C. I'm seeing Marvelous again saying A. Idris says A. Paulina says C. Okay. So I think the answers are split between A and C. All right. They're quite similar, so I understand the confusion. All right. Technical team, please clarify. Review the answer for us. B, future of work, technology, and sustainability in a changing environment. So, anyways, now you know. Future of work, technology, and sustainability in a changing environment. All right, next question. All right, this is the last question for today's fun game session. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for COEC 2026? On a scale of 1 to 10. All right, so I'll be seeing figures now. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest. Okay, 10, 7. Okay. To improve that rank. 10, 8. Okay. Simon says 8. Jessica 7. Pascaline says 10, 10. All right. I'm excited. I'm excited on a scale of 10. So, and I'm glad that at least the least score is 7. Okay. All right, now we've come to the end of today's game session. Thank you very much for participating. We have been inspired, we have been charged up, and now we can move on to the core intellectual part of today's virtual launch for COYET 2026. We're having our abstract presentation, and this segment will be anchored by the amazing Ifunanya Juliet Oti, as I like to call her, Miss Naya. Naya, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much,
All
Aisha,
right.
for
Over
moderating
to
this
you.
session so wonderfully. All right.
Thank you.
Distinguished guests, participants, and climate advocates, welcome once again. We are now moving into the most exciting highlights of today's conference. As we all know, this event was designed to empower changemakers with the knowledge, skills, and networks needed to address climate challenges and champion sustainable development within their communities and beyond. An event of this nature would not be complete without showcasing the innovative ideas and research contributions of emerging scholars and practitioners. In line with this, we'll be featuring the 24 shortlisted authors whose research papers, the abstract papers, stood out among the many submissions received for this year's conference. The selection process was highly competitive, and all these individuals distinguished themselves through the quality, relevance, and originality of their work. Their papers will serve as valuable reference points and contribute meaningfully to the conversations and outcomes of this particular conference. The presentations will take place in 3 sessions, with each session complemented by an environmental video presentation. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our first group of shortlisted presenters as they share their research and insights with us. So please, once I call you, you just unmute your mic and present your abstract to us, right? So the first we have on the list, without, in no particular order, we have Goodness Emuchola. I'm so sorry if I ever have to murder your name. Please come on now. You have 7 minutes to present. Thank you. If you can hear me, please unmute your mic and go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you didn't murder my name.
Thank goodness. All right, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll get into it. Hello, everybody. Good morning, and I hope you're having a great time. I would like to start my research abstract presentation with a scenario. Somewhere right now in Nigeria, a patient is being given an antiretroviral medication. And the problem with that medication is the fact that that medication has degraded, it has basically spoiled, and the patient has no way of knowing. The healthcare worker that is giving the patient that drug has no way of knowing, and the system absolutely has no way of knowing. As I'm introduced to me, my name is Emuchola Goodness, and I'm a pharmacist from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. My research basically is showing us how climate change has driven this moment and how transforming our healthcare workforce in Nigeria can prevent it. Now, my second slide, which I'm hoping would show soon, please can we go to my second slide? Thank you. Okay, so my second slide shows a number of drugs, and these drugs are not optional medicines in Nigeria. These drugs are important medications. Antiretroviral medications are medications that are given to HIV positive individuals for treatment. And vaccinations are immunizations mostly, given to children, especially for diseases that we have yet to eliminate within the Nigerian context. And we have things such as insulins for diabetics and biologics. Now, there's something that is a common theme for all these medications, and it's the fact that heat actually breaks them apart. Now, there's a basic chemistry principle, sorry that I'm having to go chemical, and it's called the Arrhenius degradation principle. And basically what this principle says, very simply, is that every 10 degrees Celsius rise in temperature actually doubles how fast a drug breaks down. So I will need us to actually put that in mind, because that will be important for the point that I would like to drive home. My third slide. Now, we need to know how hot the heat has been and how bad the climate has been. My next slide, please. Yes. And basically, my data is a secondary data, my research rather is a secondary data analysis. And what did I do? I analyzed over 30 years of data gotten from the Nigerian National Meteorological Agency State of Climate Reports in 2024 and 2025. And I came up with these results. Now, scientists have something that they call a Z-score, and a Z-score is basically used to measure how far weather has deviated from the historical normal. Now, a z-score of 2 is usually crazy because, okay, a z-score of 3 is very rare, but a z-score of 4 is telling us a virtual impossible thing. And that's something that can only happen when climate change is present. And a z-score of 4 was what Nigerian had in 2024, with 2024 being the warmest year since 1981, since over 30 years ago. Now, we see that in 2025, with northern Nigeria having a z-score of 3.8, and 2025 still following a bit behind as the fourth warmest year in since 1981. On the ground, we see that Kano has had 48 extreme heat days where heat is more than 43.5 degrees Celsius. And you're probably wondering, okay, what does all this data imply? The data implies, like I explained in the Arrhenius degradation principle, what this data implies means that our drugs are breaking down 4 to 5 times the World Health Organization acceptable rates. And crazily, a moderate temperature region such as Ogoja, because we can understand Kano is desert adjacent to spots, but Ogoja is usually calm, it's usually cool. And Ogoja has 10 days where it's more than 41.7 degrees Celsius. Now, that's actually crazy. So this is telling us that no zone is being spared with respect to climate change here. Both the south, both the north, both the east, both the west are all being affected simultaneously. My fourth slide. Now, there's a rubric I would love everybody to really focus on. Next slide, and that is internal temperature difference between daytime and nighttime. Now, when you look at when your phone gets hot, right? You're using your phone all day, your phone gets hot. You want to put it down a bit so that it gets cool. Now, that just doesn't only happen to phones, it actually happens to medicines too. So when you put your medicines on the shelf, inside heat, 40 something degrees Celsius, they're hot. These are non-refrigerated medicines. I'm talking about usual medicines. Now, the nighttime is usually the time where, these medicines get cool. They get some sort of passive cooling. They get some sort of breathing space. That's the way I like to call it. However, I would like to point this data to you. In 1981, our diurnal temperature range was 10.9 degrees Celsius. And it was good. It was a historical normal. Fine. In 2015, it became 10.2 degrees Celsius or 10.4 Celsius rather. And it was a problem because it showed that the night time was actually getting warmer faster than usual. However, in 2025, it is now 11.2 degrees Celsius. Now, usually this is supposed to be a good thing because it shows that, the daytime is 30 degrees Celsius. It shows that there's a higher, but no, that's not what's happening in Nigeria at the moment. The daytime is actually getting hotter and the nighttime is not getting cooler. So we're having daytime temperatures of 40 degrees Celsius and nighttime temperatures of 25 degrees Celsius, 22 degrees Celsius, 23 degrees Celsius. So in actual reality, even the medications that are not in the fridge are not having any passive cooling time. So the passive cooling itself is fading. Next slide. Now, with all these I've said, the climate data, all the technical things that I have said, you're probably wondering what systems are in place. I would like to point you to the infrastructure double failure that we have in Nigeria. I call it a double failure because we have 2 backup plans that are supposed to actually be mitigating these situations. We know that the WHO specifications for Nigeria has actually already been breached, but at least something to mitigate that. And that would be number 1, the cold chain infrastructure, and number 2, a backup electricity. However, unfortunately, 60% of sub-Saharan African health facilities lack reliable electricity, and electricity is needed for cold chain infrastructure. So when there's no electricity, the cold chain infrastructure fails. Now, backup electricity itself, in 2024, the Nigerian electricity tariff hike increased by 200%. And the Nigerian health budget is already stringent enough for this. So this already means that people are working on tighter budgets and are unable to afford as much electricity as needed in order to ensure that the cold chain is working. So basically, the cold chain is failing, the grid is failing the cold chain, and both are failing the patients all at the same time. My next slide. Now, I would like to point you to the human gap, which is the part I talk about the transformation of healthcare workforce. Now, the most annoying thing is that we have nurses, we have pharmacists, we have community health workers, doctors, everybody who have been prepared for yesterday's climate. We've been prepared with a structure of 30 degrees Celsius, a structure that is focused on yesterday's climate and is not representative of the realities of today's climate. We have a workforce that has no tools for real-time monitoring, a workforce with no awareness, a workforce with no training. There's no integration in the curricula for climate competency in health education. And most of all, we don't even have storage guidelines that actually represent what we are passing through right now in Nigeria. Next slide. Now, what are my recommendations with respect to what I've found? My recommendations are not something that are optional. They're actually urgent in case, everybody thinks it's something that is optional, because pharmaceutical integrity is important. Now, number one, we must have a climate adaptive storage infrastructure. So we need to have an infrastructure that actually represents and reflects our climate realities. So I'm talking about thermal insulation, right? We need to have shaded infrastructure. Number two, we need to have real-time monitoring, thermal monitoring. And that's why a drug can be on the shelf for days, weeks, and the temperature is 45 degrees Celsius, and nobody knows, because nobody is actually monitoring the temperature at that point in time. Number three, we need to revise our storage guidelines. Right now, we're using the WHO Zone 4B guidelines. And what do these guidelines state? Basically, a storage guideline of 30 degrees Celsius plus or minus 2. But I mean, we're getting to almost 50 degrees Celsius in certain places. So our guidelines are becoming outdated for our reality. Number four, we need to integrate climate competency in health education, because it is very, very, very important. Now, these are the references of which I used to form this slide, which are data gotten from the Nigeria National Meteorological Agency, the WHO, and the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission. I'd love to end by this, will I say, quotes formed by myself. And it is the fact that we are fighting daily in order to ensure that diseases are being eliminated. But climate change is fighting harder than us in order to fight diseases. Data is there. If we do not fight, it's not a futuristic data, it's something that is there. Pharmaceutical integrity is important for us. If we are, climate is affecting one degraded vial at a time, is affecting one drug at a time, is affecting one degraded pharmaceutical drug at a time. And what this means is that it's affecting multiple facilities and at the same time affecting millions of people. We could be harmed, we could be losing effectiveness of our drugs. And my name again is Dr. Emutola Goodness from the University of Ibadan, and I stand for pharmaceutical integrity with respect to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Goodness. Truly, this is a very important message, and I hope that everybody is learning. I'm sorry I didn't share your topic. I'm going to recap Goodness' topic now. When heart breaks medicine, rising temperature anomalies, pharmaceutical degradation, and the transformation of healthcare work in Nigeria. Thank you so much, Goodness, for that wonderful presentation. Now I'll be calling Adunola Oluwapatan. Please come and present your abstracts with the title Reclaiming Our Futures, Youth-Led Climate Innovation and Sustainability in Nigeria. Please, if you're here, unmute your mic and have the floor. Thank you. Adunola Oluwapatan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you
All
hear
right,
me?
if I didn't bother your name too. Please take the floor now. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. My name is Oluwapatan Elizabeth. I'm very sorry, first of all, because I didn't know that was basically the presentation. I have sent the PowerPoints. I thought we were just going to share our screen. But either ways, my topic is reclaiming our future, youth-led climate innovation and sustainability in Nigeria. Now, why reclaiming our future? Nigerian youth, actually African youth, are made to look at as being a new participant in climate change. And I want us to understand that Nigerian youth are not new to climate action. They are enduring agents of environmental transformation spanning 2 centuries and not just years. And the dominant narrative of today feels like, oh, youth climate activism is recent, that just packed up from the 2015 Paris Agreement. And this paper is arguing that the Nigerian youth had led climate solution across generations, from pre-colonial land stewardship to today's digital advocacy. And I'm going to be looking through the pre-colonial to the contemporary youths today. In the pre-colonial era, youths were known to be environmental guardians. They had the age grade system whereby in the Igbo community, the young age grade cleared footpaths, maintained drainage, they also enforced sacred groves. Also in the Yoruba youth, the first they did what they call the sacred grove conservation, whereby they prevented illegal logging, hunting, and fishing. And there was also the water governance in the Niger Delta, whereby the fishing community in the Niger Delta and the farming community in the north organized seasonal fishing rules, which maintained irrigation channels. Also, in the colonial era, this was when the youth fought back. We can remember the when the colonial policies stripped the community of their ecological governance. There was the Aba Women War in the 1929, and there was also the Forest Ordinance, whereby they removed the community land from the local management in 1933. Um, in the Niger Delta, there are also what they call it youths who organize environmental justice movements. That's the MUSOP and the Agoni movement, the Common Declaration of the 1938. Now, in today's contemporary youth innovation, we have we have the digital mobilization, we have the fact that Nigerian youths are now relying on digital platforms such as Twitter, Instagram, TikTok to organize and educate and mobilize public action. This is just to show that it's more like a continuous system in the climate action. The youth are not just like they're not new to this space at all. And I also like to say that basically, apart from the fact that okay, the youth are not new, what are the recommendations or what are the policies we could actually use to actually help this youth or help us the youth to increase the youth in the climate justice and also look into the past and focus on how to make things better. Like I want us to remember that the Europeans, the Western society, always make things for their convenience, which unfortunately the Africans always copy. For example, the buildings, we use block for our buildings. This was brought by the Western region, by the Western society, rather. This was brought by Western society. And then they made blocks because they had a different type of weather, which was a cold, very cold weather, and blocks emit heat. So in that way, they're going to be able to stay warm in their environment. But we in Africa, I mean, we all know that in Africa, there is more heat in Africa than in the Western world. And our forefathers were using what they called the mud. And I believe that we could actually use the technology and the modern world of today to actually build something better through this mods that our forefathers used, to also help us to combat the weather and also help us in the climate justice. Also, another recommendation that I like to give is institutionalizing youth voting powers. I mean, in Nigeria, I can use Nigeria for an example because in Nigeria, it is made as if youth are observers. Meanwhile, they're supposed to actually give youth voting seats in the Federal Executive Council Climate Changing Committee and also in other climate changing board because they are the ones that have been doing it since the pre-colonial era. They have been there and they have been fighting for this environmental change and all that. It's just that because they just brought about the climate activism, so it now looks like youth has not been doing anything. Also, they should also add climate education into universities. Adding climate education into universities, a lot of people go to school nowadays, and a lot of people don't even know about this climate injustice in Nigeria or in Africa as a whole. But whenever this is added into the education, they then integrate climate entrepreneurship, renewable energy technology, and environmental innovation, which will only make youth even more innovative and know and think about whatever they will need to do with the climate action or for the climate action. Also, they should integrate indigenous knowledge. Now, like I said in the beginning, I said that that we should look at the fact that our forefathers were using mods and look into it. This is indigenous knowledge. When we look at the historical facts of what our forefathers have tried to do in combating this climate injustice, it will only be better and to serve them, they will serve as the bridge between the traditional ecological knowledge and the modern innovation, which means that they will also bring the traditional ecological knowledge and bring the modern thinking, that's the technology and all, and use it to make even something better, something very meaningful. Also, the international climate finance should allocate a defined percentage to adaptation and mitigation funding, especially to youth-led organizations. A lot of youth in today's world have always been going for like community-based action. They've always engaged in climate action, and they are not even they rarely receive the national visibility. So the what they call it, the international climate finance should actually allocate percentage to the adaptation and mitigation funding, especially for youth organizations. In conclusion, youth agency is foundational, not supplementary. And now that the technology is available and the knowledge is present, the need is urgent. We should all understand that we are not trying to change any fact. They are not trying to change that, oh, there was nothing like the tradition. Or the youth, African youth should not try to change that there was nothing like the tradition. Instead, we should bring this tradition and make it even more innovative with the technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adunola. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Please, I'd like to share that we have just 7 minutes, and I hope that we take cognizance of that while we make this presentation just because of time. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, once again, Adunola. So right now, we'll be inviting Rofiat Umar with the topic of optimizing return on investment in Nigerian agriculture, a framework for localizing Korean ICT-driven smart farming systems. You're most welcome, Rufat. You can take the stage now. Please, you have 7 minutes. Once you start, I'll start my timer. Thank you. Hello, Rufat. Are you here?
Good morning, everyone.
Okay,
So,
welcome. Good morning.
yeah,
Your time starts. Thank you.
I'm Umar Rofiat. So, I'll be presenting the research title Optimizing Return on Investment in Nigerian Agriculture through Localization of Korean Smart Farming System. So, as we all know that Nigerian agriculture remain one of these Nigerian economic, like agriculture remain one of the fighter to Nigerian economic and food security. However, many farmers, like many farms, still rely heavily on manual monitoring, which was like this manual monitoring. We all know that that was like olden days method, because technologies has advanced everything nowadays. So most farmers still rely on manual monitoring system on their farming system, which is causing a lot of operational failures and reducing productivities. So in which changing climate causes a lot of failures in agriculture sectors that we all know. Like for example, in poultry farmers now, poultries are I was chance to experience the effect of heat stress in one poultry farm that caused a lot of mortalities in that poultry because of climate change. So and this research covers three research gap, because I know the smart farming is not new to some farmers, but this research gap, I believe this research gap is part of the thing that is holding them down in adopting smart technology. The first one is that some of them, they are not sure of the return of investment because of this knowledge, limited knowledge about this technology. Some of them are not, like they don't know how to operate this system, so they have limited knowledge about this technology. I believe it's part of the thing that is holding them down in adopting smart technology. And the second one is that there is no deepen there's no deepened research on how external um what's it called technology can be adopted to Nigerian realities, because as we all know, this Nigeria, we have inconsistent infrastructure, like we have limited electricity, internet access, and all those stuff. And all these internet of things that we had to adopt if we are to into this smart farming system. We know there's a lot of internet of things we have to put in place, and all these things, they require stable internet access and electricity and all those stuff like that. But so because of all these Nigeria infrastructure that is not okay, I believe is part of the thing that is holding people down in adopting smart farming. So, and the third one is that there is no smart implementation framework that people can in scaling up the smart agriculture in developing country, most especially here in Nigeria. So that leads me to dwell more into South Korean smart farming system. So, and the reason why I actually pick I actually think South Korea smart farming system actually fits this our Nigerian agriculture system is that the because Korean has this decade history of being of like having all these rural area that are into a lot of rural area that are into agriculture sectors like that. And as we all know here in Nigeria as well, over 80% of Nigerian farmers, they are small farmers holders, like they are not commercial. The population of small farmers holders is more than commercial farmers. Yes. And again, the Nigeria economy, all these small holders farmers, they are on one way or the other contributing a lot, like 90% to Nigeria economic. So that's lead me to deepen my research into South Korean smart farming. And I was able to discover that South Korea has has faced a lot of challenges that is similar to what we are experiencing here in Nigeria today. They have rural communities with low income, they have limited agricultural productivity, despite the fact that they have these they have limited arable land as well. So, and what make their experience special is because they did not transform their agricultural process, like they did not dwell into technology this thing overnight. Like it was a gradual changes. They transform from improving their rural communities, then to training farmers and building infrastructure, and then gradually introducing technology. So that leads me in what in come up with like 7 framework that I believe if we can like show up like if we can into this framework, sorry, so I believe there will be gradual changes and improvements in Nigerian agriculture. So the first one is identification of affordable smart farming technology, because we all know that here in Nigeria, most of the thing that is holding people down in adopting smart farming is cost and knowledge. Knowledge to is fast, because there are some farmers that they have the like they can avoid some of these smart internet of things technologies, but the knowledge for them to operate it and the maintenance are the things that is holding them down. So we can identify avoidable smart farming system, maybe like all these environmental sensors and all these manual drinkers and all this stuff that we can recognize those ones that are avoidable. And after recognizing them, we can actually establish a pilot smart farms. Like this pilot smart farm might just be maybe a like 5 numbers of farm that will be selected to test these smart farming technologies devices. And after testing it, and we were able to see the positive response, that we were able to see that we were able to see that the technology mitigates the risks that we want it to, like the sources of this thing. Then we can now move to infrastructure sensitive adaptation. What I mean by this infrastructure sensitive adaptation is that, which is the third framework, is that we are not trying to imitate South Korean technology system. We can just like we will be in Nigeria, we demand maybe like we be in demand of agriculture engineering, that we have to design a device that can fit and work in Nigerian realities, because most of these internet of things, as I said earlier, they have to deal with stable internet access and electricity. But I believe we can able to to come up with something, maybe like all these sensors that will not, it might not be real, like for them to fit perfectly in rural setting. Like it might not be real time, it might not be internet notification stuff like that. So we can able to come up with something that will fit and work very well with Nigerian infrastructure and like the way our Nigerian electricity and what's it called is now. So and the next one is development of agri-tech partnership. Like we have to partners with universities and government support as well, because one of the things, technologies, only technologies cannot scale up this smart adoption of smart farming system here in Nigeria. And there will be need of government support and some institutional support as well. And the next one is farmers education. We have to educate the farmers on how to use all these internet of things and on how to go about it, on how to operate it, and all of that stuff. And the next one is gradual expansion based on proven results. After being like after we've already developed this thing and we have a pilot smart farming system, we tested this thing and we see the success of this technology. I believe then we can be able to show people the proven results that this thing is really working and is going to like is going to optimize the return on their investment. Like what they invest on it, this thing is going to 100% optimize the return on investment for them. So and after that, I believe this system will help, like we really help in climate and environmental changes, because on one way or the other, on one way or the other, climate change is part of the things that is affecting smart that's affecting agriculture sector here in Nigeria. Like what I said earlier, that heat stress in poultry beds, and like because of heat stress, like that farmer have to be losing almost like 30 bells, layers bells every single day, a lot of mortalities, and which is one of the causes is climate change. And as well all these in crop farming sector, there are some farmers that they were like, if there is no rain, they are not planting everything. Like they depend heavily on rain. And we know that what we are doing now, like our activities that is affecting the climate change now, is kind of making the rain, like is not allowing the rain to be consistent like that. So some people do not have knowledge about this irrigation, like irrigation stuff, that if they adopt irrigation system, they can be able to like they can be able to plant anything at any season. So and in conclusion, Nigerian agriculture, I would say Nigerian agriculture does not only depend on technology imitation, but on localized, affordable, and scalable smart farming system. So by adopting this lesson from South Korea and addressing local realities, smart agriculture improve productivity, rather resilience, sustainability for Nigerian farmers, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Rufiat. I agree that climate change affects farmers. And what I learned from your presentation is that cost and knowledge is a hindrance to progress. I cannot agree less. Research works are meant to challenge your thinking. I hope you're following. Participants, I'd like to see your comments on the session. I'd like that you engage the presenters with your comments, so at least they can also see if you agree or disagree to anything. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to be inviting the next presenter in the name of Adebayo Oyewumi with the topic Soy Biotoxin Mitigation and Risks Assessment. You're welcome. Please, you have the floor now. Adebayo Oyewumi, you have the floor now. If Adebayo is not here, I don't know if you're having technical issues. Once we skip your name, you're going to the very last list, so, right? So you'd present after everybody has already presented. So since I'm not hearing from Adebayo, let's welcome Frances Tejere with the topic Climate Literacy and Digital Competencies, Preparing Nigeria's Health Workforce for a Green and Resilient Future. If you're here, please unmute your mic and go ahead.
All right, good morning. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Teji Frances Temitokbe, and I'm privileged to present this work on behalf of Stanley Umezulu, who is unable to attend due to academic commitments. And we are from Miva Open University. Today, I'll be presenting on the topic climate literacy and digital competency, preparing Nigeria health workforce for a climate resilient and digitally adaptive future. So I'm going to begin with a simple observation. When major floods occur in Nigeria, disease outbreaks often follows. Yet while climate risks are increasing and we have an important question to ask, is our health workforce developing the competencies needed to respond effectively in a climate changing world? This study explores the question that through the lens of climate literacy and digital preparedness. So Nigeria has experienced major flooding events in 2012, 18, and 22 with significant consequences for public health. And this event has been associated with outbreaks of cholera, acute watery, diarrhea diseases, and typhoid fever. And at the same time, Nigeria has made some investments in digital surveillance systems, just like SOMAS, which is the Surveillance Outbreak Response Management and Analysis System. But when this investment has been made, our workforce preparedness has not necessarily evolved at the same pace with the digital surveillance system. So climate literacy remains insufficiently integrated into training programs, and digital competencies remain uneven across different levels of our health system in Nigeria. And this creates a gap between the technological capability and the human capacity. Next slide, please. So this review is aimed to examine flood-related disease outbreaks in Nigeria, assess surveillance capacity, and identify climate literacy and digital competency gaps relevant to workforce resilience. And on this slide, we can see it presents a comparative overview of flood that has happened within the years I mentioned, which is 2012, 18, and 2022. The darker shaded regions indicates areas with more severe or widespreading flooding. The red markers represent reported cholera outbreaks documented by WHO and Nigerian Center for Disease Control, which is NCDC. So the map clearly demonstrates a clear relationship between climate-related flooding and infectious disease outbreak. As the flooding intensifies across multiple states, disease transmission are increased, particularly in areas where we have weak sanitation system and also limited healthcare access. Next slide, please. Or the next one. Thank you. A structured narrative review was conducted using literature published between 2000 and 2025. We gathered sources from the PubMed, Google Scholar, WHO Regional Office for African Reports, and Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Disease Control Publications. And from 96 records were identified, 35, we used 35 studies and reports met the inclusion criteria, and these records were synthesized according to climate events, disease patterns, and also workforce implications. Next slide, please. The findings revealed a consistent relationship between major flooding events and disease outbreaks. But during the 2018 cholera outbreak, Nigeria recorded more than 50,000 suspected cases and over 1,100 deaths. And in 2022, more than 23,000 suspected cholera cases were reported across 32 states in Nigeria. And these flood-affected areas also experienced the outbreaks like recurring acute watery diarrhea disease and typhoid fever. And also with these outbreaks, they were having disruption in health services. And this review further found that digital surveillance platform improved disease reporting and outbreak visibility. But we had three gaps that emerged, which is limited integration of climate health contents in training curricula, inconsistent digital epidemiology training, and weak alignment between the workforce development and sustainability goals. In essence, technological expansion has progressed faster than workforce competency development. Next slide, please. These findings suggest that climate resilience is not solely a technological challenge. It is like a workforce challenge, and our digital surveillance systems only generate valuable data, but effective outbreak response depends on the professionals who can interpret the risk, apply the evidence, and also respond rapidly. And the review therefore highlight the need for institutionalized climate literacy within health training. Then also we should have stronger digital surveillance competencies, enhanced subnational technical capacity, and alignment of workforce development within national climate adaptation priorities. And preparedness should not just begin when an outbreak occurs. It should be embedded within our workforce development long before the emergency arises. Next slide, please. In conclusion, climate variability is increasing infectious disease risk in Nigeria. Flood-associated outbreaks continue to expose important workforce preparedness gaps, while the digital surveillance systems have strengthened disease monitoring, and the technology alone is not sufficient, is insufficient. And we're supposed to build a resilient health system that requires climate literate and digital competence. Health professionals are supposed to be capable of responding to emerging challenges. And I would like to say this at the end of my presentation. And I would say that if climate change is shaping disease landscape, then our workforce should transform into something that is not optional, but it should be a frontline architecture for national resilience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Frances. I've seen so many reactions from the comment session. They said that's a wonderful presentation. They're hearing you loud and clear. And I think I saw just a question about something. You don't need to answer, but some people are interested. I think you should just maybe check out the comment section on YouTube, all right? And you'd see what people are saying about your presentation. Thank you so much once again. Please let's forgive Adebayo. I think his internet was messing up at the time I called him. So right now we're going to welcome Adebayo to have his presentation. You're welcome if you're here.
I'm here. Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
All right. Sorry for the other time. I had network challenge, but thank God it has been sorted. So I'll be talking on soil biotoxins, mitigations, and the risk assessment. So we need to understand what soil biotoxins are, how can we mitigate them, and their risk assessment. So the outline for the presentation goes ahead. I'll talk about the introduction. I'll talk about the classification and the sources of these biotoxins in the soil, the pathway in which they contaminate the environment and the persistence, the risk assessment approach, how we can mitigate them, and the emerging technology regarding this. So shortly, Soil biotoxins generally include pesticides and toxic matter, such as the cadmium, the chromium, the lead, that have got into the soil as a result of the use of pesticides, insecticides, herbicides by farmers or from mining industry or from pollutants, from effluents from different industry. Asians and parts of Africa faces severe contamination from industrial and agricultural activities. So from Asians and Africa, we also face contamination as a result as a result of our industrial waste and various agricultural activities. Persistent pollutants increase chronic disease and damage and demand stronger environmental regulation. So when they continually use these pesticides, there are different products. So this picture shows the different product of pesticide. So when farmers continually use it, the frequency use, the often use of these chemicals on our soil actually hazards. Although it might be preventing the activities of pests, herbs, and some other insects from actually affecting our crop, but it's actually causing what damage on our what on the soil. And with time, the heavy metals and the toxin will actually accumulate, and once they exceed the permissible limits, they tend to what have a detrimental effect on us, with the human and our environment generally. So the classification and the sources of biotoxin. The first one is what? Microbial biotoxins. That means there are some microorganisms that are in the soil that can actually release these toxins into the soil. The first one is what? The bacteria. We have the Clostridium species, the Bacillus species, the Pseudomonas species. In the case of the bacteria, for fungi, we have Aspergillus, we have Fusarium, we have penicillin. They're able to produce what? Neurotoxins. The bacteria produce the neurotoxins, while the fungi produce this what? The mycotoxins. And when these toxins accumulate in the soil, as I've said earlier before, they grow to an extent whereby they exceed the permissible limits, and they tend to have an effect on the what? On the environment, and we as a human. So the second source of these biotoxins has to do with the chemical. This is when our agricultural chemicals, which our farmers use, such as the herbicides, we have the organophosphates, the carbamides, the paranoids. When these chemicals accumulate in our soil, they tend to have a detrimental effect from industrial pollutants such as the polymeric hydrocarbon, the dioxins. When these actually accumulate also, they be very what? This one, the major effect of this industrial pollutant is that these toxins are kind of heavy, like the polyaromatic hydrocarbons. From the structure of our hydrocarbon, it consists of what? Different chains of hydrocarbon that are joined together. So they become very heavy in the soil, and when they persist in the soil, they disrupt non-target organisms. The organisms they were actually used for will not be affected. Now, the normal flora, the normal organisms that are actually present in the soil to actually help in some recycling of some nutrients will be affected. And when they affect the soil, they can be leached into our water body, and they accumulate into our water bodies, whereby they affect the aquatic life in the water body. And when we human eat it, we actually tend to be what? To be affected. The next is the trace toxic elements, commonly referred to as the heavy metal. We have the AS, which stands for the arsenic, we have the cadmium, we have the lead, we have the chromium. As a result of what? Geological activity and anthropogenic source, such as the mining industry, the contaminated fertilizers, once they are used, once they tend to release these metals into the soil. And let's take note, this metal cannot be degraded. Like, we can't actually break them, they cannot be degraded. But rather, the only thing we can do here is for what? Is to apply, to bring out different methodology whereby we can actually use to actually cleanse them from our environment. Because if we do not cleanse them, they will accumulate in the crop, and they impair with the microbial nutrient cycling, causing chronic health effects, and reduce our agricultural productivity. Since we've known the effects and the damage, so this chart here shows the pathway of biotoxin contamination. So when they are released from their various sources, which could be industrial effluents, agricultural runoff, atmospheric disposition from as a result of rainfall, whereby we have acid rain, or improper waste disposal. They comes to our what? Ecosystem. And from our soil, they could be leached into our what? Into the soil. Some can be leached to the what? From the soil, they leach to the water body, and after which they can be diffused into our environment. And some of them actually what? Affect our plant, and what? They are being what? Volatilized back into the environment. And from the surface water, they are moved to the what? Underground water, causing underground water contamination, the surface water contamination also, the biochain accumulation, that means our from our food chain, whereby organisms that feeds on the water, that have their food in the water, but they are being affected. So they tends to affect the food chain, and as a result, it still gets back to us, we human. And also the effect they also causes what? Ecosystem degradation. And we as a human, our health is being affected because our what? The soil pH is actually affected. It affects our climate also. So what are the various ways we can actually what? The risk assessment approach. So the first one is what? Is the screening test, whereby we collect the soil sample. After that, we run chemical analysis, and we now compare with our what? With our SCVV. SCVV here means what? The screening value. So we compare the screening value with the permissible limit of the screening value, either the World Health Organization or the Environmental Protection Agency or that of the Standard Organization of Nigeria. So when we compare, Ma, can you hear me, Ma?
Yes, we can hear you. I hope
All
you're
right,
rounding up now. Thank you.
Okay, all right, ma. So from there, we move from the screening step, we move to the what? Site specification assessment, whereby we check the site, and after that, we check the what? The cause and effect what? Attribution. So the next one is what? Ecological risk assessment of the sorbite toxin. So where we can actually combine the method, whereby we use two different methods. Here we have the potential ecological risk index, or we use the what? Method for what? Toxicity testing assay, where we use our normal assay. So the mitigation strategy, we can use biological method, whereby we use phytoremediation, whereby we use plants to clean the what? The contaminant from the contaminated site, or we use what? Bioremediation, which has to do with the what? The use of what? Microbes, organism. Or we can also use the physical and chemical method. This method is also good, but they are often costly, and most of the time, one of the disadvantages of the method is that they generate secondary waste, which with time can also what? Have effect on the environment. We can also use the emerging technology, whereby there's this new idea of what? Nanotechnology. With the help of nanotechnology, we can actually target the soil biotoxin and remove them using the what? Engineer nanoparticle. So in conclusion, mitigation and risk assessment of soil biotoxin is essential for maintaining the integrity of our ecosystem, food and earth. So a proper management of this contaminant site is required for what? Source identification, risk assessment to the environment, and application proper remedy. So by using biological, chemical, and physical approach together, we can help reduce the contamination and limit the exposure rate for a sustainable environment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. That was a very rich session. It's a very rich session with the whole chemical names that were all everybody's applauding. I believe we learned so much, and we'll get back to your work to reflect because there's a lot of things to digest anyways. But I'm just gonna read one comment from the session, from the comment section on YouTube. Somebody says, I love Muminatad, that's his name, said, I love this current presentation because I remember talking about this on different occasions to different group of people. Dear coordinator would appreciate if it could gain access to all the slides. So this means that it was a very rich session. And yes, as I mentioned earlier, it would be published and it would get to all the participants. I believe we'll get back to you on that. Thank you so much once again. So moving to the next presenter, Shakina Ilayakub, with the topic, Driving Sustainability Through Data and Digital Innovation. Shakina, if that's your name, if you can hear me, please come on board now. Shakina. I could be mispronouncing this name and the person doesn't recognize that it's there, so. But yeah, Sakina Aliyakub, Ali Yakub, with the topic Driving Sustainability Through Data and Digital Innovation. I'm going to be moving to the next person, and Shakina would be at the very last. Would be the very last to present. Okay. Okay. So we have next on the list, Solomon John, with the topic, Empowering the Next Generation, Youth-Led Digital Climate Education as a Pathway to Green Skills, Innovation, and Sustainable Livelihood in Nigeria. Solomon John, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself and take the floor now.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you so much once again. My name is Solomon John, and I'm presenting the abstract title Youth-Led Digital Climate Education as a Pathway to Green Skills and Sustainable Livelihood in Nigeria. So this presentation explores how digital climate education can be leveraged as a strategic tool to address the intercontinental challenges of climate vulnerability, youth unemployment, and skill gaps in Nigeria, while simultaneously preparing young people for opportunities within the emerging green sector. Next slide, please. Okay. So climate change is increasingly recognized. Please, back to the introduction. So, like I said, climate change is increasingly recognized as both an environment and development challenge. We see across Africa, climate-related shocks are affecting food system, livelihood, health outcomes, and educational opportunities. While Nigeria represents a particular important case because it combines significant climate vulnerability and one of the largest youth population globally. And at the same time, this transition towards a green economy, which is creating demand for new skills, competency, and form of innovation. But however, many young people remain disconnected from climate knowledge and skills required to participate meaningfully in this transition. And this study therefore examined how digital climate education can bridge the gap. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so Nigeria population, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry about
So,
the delay.
okay. So Nigerian population is estimated at over 230 million people with a median age of approximately 18 years, and more than half of the population is below the age of 30, which this demographic represents a significant opportunity for the development. But however, recent reports we got from UNICEF and International Climate Risk Assessment indicates that the Nigerian children and youth remain among the population most exposed to climate-related risks globally. And we see recurring flood, land degradation, desertification, and extreme weather events which continue to affect communities across the country. And this challenge, therefore, is not only climate vulnerability itself, but whether young people possess the knowledge and skills needed to respond to this effectively. Next slide. So now let's talk about the critical climate risk. And to illustrate this challenge, let's consider the impact of recurring flood events across Nigeria. We see in recent years, flooding has displaced communities, disrupted education, reduced agricultural productivity, and also damaged critical infrastructure. And if we see similarly, desertification in northern Nigeria continues to threaten livelihood and increase economic insecurity among vulnerable population, which these impacts demonstrate that climate change is not simply an environmental issue, it is a social, economic, and developmental issue that directly affects young people's future. So this underscores the need for climate adaptation and resilience rebuilding strategy that are accessible, practical, and youth-centered. Next slide. So to analyze this, we identified three interconnected challenges. First is increasing climate risk, which continue to affect livelihood and development outcomes. Secondly, youth unemployment and underemployment, which remain persistent concerns despite a growing youth population. And thirdly, digital and educational inequality, which limit access to information, skills development, and economic opportunities. And these challenges reinforce one another. Young people who lack access to climate education and digital skills are less prepared to participate in emerging green sectors and climate solution. Next slide. So why this matters? This issue is particularly important because of global labor markets are changing. Recent findings from the World Economic Forum indicate that green jobs are among the fastest growing employment sectors worldwide. As economies transition towards sustainability, demand for the skills related to renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, environmental management, climate technology, and circular economic solution is increasing. But we see yet many education systems, particularly within developing contexts, are not adopting quickly enough to prepare young people for these opportunities. And without targeted intervention, there is a risk that many young people will be excluded from the benefits of the green transition. Next slide. So the objective of this study was to explore how youth digital climate education can contribute to green skills development and sustainable livelihood opportunity in Nigeria. More specifically, the study sought to examine how climate knowledge can be delivered through digital platform and translate into practical skills, innovation, entrepreneurship, and community action. So the broader goal is to understand how education can move beyond awareness creation and become a pathway to economic participation and resilience. Next slide. So the approach we use, the study employ a qualitative review approach, which include an analysis of academic literature, policy expert, and youth climate initiative operating within Nigeria and beyond. And also, in addition, global models such as UNICEF Digital Learning Initiative, that's YOMA, Green Rising, and the United Nations Climate Change Learning Platforms were reviewed to identify effective practices and implementation pathway. And the analysis focused on identifying recurring themes related to climate literacy, digital learning, and skill development, and also youth engagement. Next slide. So some key findings suggest that integrating climate education with digital learning offers multiple benefits. First, it improves climate literacy and awareness among young people. Secondly, it strengthens digital competency and transferable skills that are increasingly required within modern labor market. And thirdly, it encourages innovation by providing young people with opportunity to design and implement local solutions, climate solution. And most importantly, the analysis revealed that youth-led initiatives often generate stronger community engagement because they are locally relevant and peer-driven. Next slide. So despite these opportunities, there is these significant barriers that remain, which we cannot overlook. There is this limited digital infrastructure that continue to restrict access in many rural and underserved communities. And the cost of internet connectivity and digital devices also remain a challenge for many young people. And furthermore, climate literacy is still insufficiently integrated into formal educational systems. And these barriers highlight that the need for coordinated investment in digital inclusion, educational reform, and climate capacity building. Next slide. So now, based on these findings, the study proposed a youth-led digital climate education ecosystem, and this framework is built around four interconnected pathways. One is learning through the digital climate education platform, and also training through practical green skills development, and action through community-based climate initiative and livelihoods through green entrepreneurship and economic and employment opportunities, because the value of this model lies in its ability to connect education directly into practical outcomes. Next slide. So several initiatives already demonstrated the feasibility of this approach, like the United Nations Climate Change and Climate Change Land provide an accessible climate education resource globally, and UNICEF YOMA platform connect young people to learning and opportunity pathways. And we also see that Green Rising supports youth engagement in climate action and ecosystem restoration. And within Nigeria, we have initiatives such as Owando GYUP and the POP movement, which demonstrates growth interest in climate skills development and climate literacy. And this example provides useful lessons for scaling youth-led digital climate education nationally. Next slide. Now, to operationalize this approach, the study recommends a phased implementation strategy. In short term, partnerships should be established among government institutions, educational stakeholders, civil societies, organizations, and the private sector. And while in the medium term, pilot programs should be implemented within schools and communities. In the long term, digital climate education should be integrated into education and into national education and workforce development strategies, because this will ensure sustainability, scalability, and also long-term impact. Next slide. So finally, in conclusion, this study argued that digital climate education represents more than an educational intervention. It is a pathway to climate resilience, skill development, and sustainable livelihood. So as Nigerians navigate both climate challenges and demographic change, investing in youth-led digital climate education offers an opportunity to transform vulnerability and capacity and also potential into impact. Ultimately, young people should not be viewed merely as beneficiaries of climate action. They should be recognized and supported as leaders, innovators, and drivers of sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Solomon John, for that wonderful presentation. I can see comments on our YouTube platform. Moshin Sadisu said the climate risk assessment in Nigeria evaluates the nation's extreme vulnerability to rising temperatures, shifting rainfall, and coastal erosion across its unique ecological zones. These evaluations, right? Somebody said, it doesn't have a name, on YouTube said, this is a wonderful presentation with a conference. Youth can contribute to digital climate by giving more awareness in communities to provide solutions to climate building. And I also agree with you. I recognize the work that YOMA and UNICEF is doing in Nigeria, with the opportunities they create, for young people. So please do actually check that out. Thank you so much once again, Solomon John. So we're taking the last person, the last presenter before the next before the video presentation that I mentioned earlier. I'll be calling on Vera Abara Kong. So sorry if I mispronounced that name.
That's enough.
I'm so sorry. I have been trying and trying. I knew
I'll send you some Ghana jollof so that you can mention my name.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. So with the topic, political governance, biodiversity loss, and community livelihoods, a case study of conversation challenges in the greater Accra region of Ghana. You're most welcome, Vera. Please share with us what you have today. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet, and good morning to everyone. My name is Vera Apiakran, and I'm a conservation researcher in Ghana and also a co-founder of SESMA Global, that is a youth-led think tank focusing on environmental, sustainability, marine and maritime affairs. What I am presenting to you today is basically evidence drawn from real communities, real ecosystems, and real governance of failures right here in Ghana. And my presentation, like she said, is titled Political Governance, Biodiversity Loss, and Community Livelihoods. Now, I want us all to hold these three words together because in this presentation, You're going to be hearing the interplay, and then they're going to be inseparable. So next slide. Biodiversity loss is accelerating across sub-Saharan Africa. Can we move to the next slide for me, please? Thank you. And in sub-Saharan Africa, Ghana is no exception to this, because if you look at the Greater Accra region, where I did my study, 3 ecosystems are under severe and urgent threats. The Sakumono Raza site is one of that. The Densu Delta is one of that, and the Achimota Forest is one of that. And now we are seeing that these areas that are protected and wetlands are being converted piece by piece for development. But here is what the data and the people on the ground are confirming to me. They are saying that the drivers of this destruction goes far beyond ecology. It has nothing to do with the environment independently. It's saying that there are political and institutional problems. Government is failing to enforce certain laws and certain policies, certain international put together policies to protect these areas. The agencies that are responsible for these areas, that is the Environmental Protection Authority, the Minerals Commission, the Forestry Commission, what we are seeing is that they are contradicting themselves, issuing contradictory mandates on the same land. And you know what's worse? Fishing livelihoods, farming communities, and water dependent households are the ones paying the price. Recently, I don't know if you've covered news in Ghana, you realize that there are floods around areas that are supposed to be wetlands because people are building there. And that needs to be checked. That is the problem. Next slide, please. My core research question was, how do political dimensions of resource governance shape biodiversity conservation? And also to look at what the consequences for climate resilience and community livelihoods are. So I pursued these objectives. And the first objective you see is that I assess political governance. The second was to measure the conservation outcomes. And finally, I did identify reform pathways. Next slides. My methodology was a mixed method approach where I combined both qualitative and quantitative. So I spoke with 170 people in total, and 160 were surveys. And my respondents were across 5 stakeholder groups, including government, including NGO workers, private sector actors, academics, local community members. And then I conducted 10 in-person interviews with key informants that would give me proper insight to this research or this particular study. And I did my data analysis using the SPSS for quantitative patterns, and then I used NVivo for thematic analysis of lived experiences behind the numbers. Now, here are my results, and to interest you to know that the results were striking. The 6 governance dimensions I assessed collectively explain 46% of the variance in biodiversity conservation outcomes. For those of you who may not understand, this means that nearly half of whether conservation succeeds or fails depends on the political governance structure in the country or in the environment you are dealing with. It doesn't have to do with rainfall, nor has it to do with species biology or having to do with funding alone, but politics. And the single most damaging factor was that community members or members of the community were being excluded from decision making, which I think cuts across some parts of West Africa, because I've done research across Cote d'Ivoire, I've done research across Nigeria as well. So with a regression coefficient of negative 0.235, we realize that when the people who live in these environments depend on the land are shut out of decisions, conservation fails. The rich people are taking over, elite capture, political patronage, and the EPN government agencies cannot really do anything about it because, like I mentioned, there are contradictions in issuing permits. And this is not a paperwork error, sorry. It's a government's error. It's a structural failure. Next slide. Looking across these 6 dimensions, that's power dynamics, institutional and policy frameworks, stakeholder participation, and then government conflicts. The 2 positive predictors were government mechanisms and international frameworks. Decentralization was also something. Why should we have a ministry that looks at coastal areas that is in an inland area and has nothing to do with the coastal community? It should be decentralized. Next slide. Let me make this tangible to all of us. When political interference enables illegal mining, for instance, or urban encroachment, and wetlands and forests are degrading, when wetlands degrades, fisheries collapse. Now, when fisheries collapse, you're destroying the livelihood of a fisherman. And for you at home who is waiting for fish to buy to prepare that soup or stew or whatever, you do not have access to the fish. Now it's a cycle. People's work are being collapsed. People's livelihoods are being compromised. And the primary uses of these wetlands and these forest ecosystems for food, for water, and for income, we can consider women as one of that, and which means that if we're trying to even achieve something better for women, we are going against it by hurting the environment. So here's what works. Community resource management areas, where local people are genuine governance partners. Not necessarily you have to do for paperwork. So you go to the environment or you go to the community and try and have some conversation with them, but you don't use it for anything. They need to be put into research work. The data needs to be conclusive. They need to be inclusive. Next slide. Next slide, please. Biodiversity loss in Greater Accra region. Please, yes, please. Biodiversity loss in Greater Accra region is substantially governance driven. Like I said, it's not merely ecological. And solutions require specific actors to act. What must we do? The EPA and district assemblies must mandate genuine community participation, like I mentioned. Parliament and the Office of Special Prosecutor, the Office of SHRAJ, NDPC, Minerals Commission, all of these agencies must be selected, must be scaled nationally. They should look at the issue as a national concern. The education service must embed biodiversity governance and climate resilience into education at every level. Now, finally, I want to leave you with a question and a charge. Somewhere in Ghana right now, a man is out to fish. The same wetlands that developers are encroaching on with permits granted through political connections. He was not at a meeting where that permit was discussed. He does not have a lobbyist. He may not even have as much money to influence the decision. All he has is a net and children to feed. These stories are not unique to Ghana. They are playing out across Nigeria, across West Africa, across this continent. And they will continue as long as we treat the environment in a bureaucratic manner rather than a justice manner. The global biodiversity framework that the United Nations has put together is seeking to protect the environment 30% by 2030. We have just 4 years. We will not get there with policies that are never enforced. We will not get there without community consultations. Neither will we even get there when a mining license can override a conservation law. We will only get there if everyone on this platform, we go back to our communities, we go back to the drawing board, we go back to our organizations, the government, and we ask, who is at the table? Who benefits from this license? Who lives downstream of this excavation? And who was not consulted? Environmental consciousness is not just about recycling or solar panels or used paper bags, but it's about demanding that governance and natural resources, our forests, our wetlands, our minerals, is transparent, is accountable, and is inclusive. It is about refusing to accept that the law applies differently depending on your political connection. Our ecosystems cannot vote, obviously. Our wetlands cannot protest. Neither can our forests file a complaint. I mean, if that was practical, we'll all run away. So that is why we must act. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vera. Such an in-depth presentation. I agree with you. I see how passionate you were, delivering this. That is how passionate everybody on the comment section has been since your presentation. I agree that we need to come to the table. It's not just happening in Ghana, it's happening in Nigeria, and I believe so many African countries, right? I'm going to just read a few comments from a few people on our YouTube comment session. Somebody said, I love this presentation by Vera. It covers the exact problems. Lack of strong optical will to implement policies and exclusion of young women who are directly affected by climate change. I think somebody else had mentioned how it's important to include these in our curriculum as well, because we need to build young leaders from the grassroots. Governments are not doing anything. How do we build communities who would be aware? So we need more education around, climate issues and environment. Thank you so much, Vera, once again. Such an splendid session. Don't worry, guys, we're going to read this and we're going to have it published, and you're going to read more of Vera's findings and her topic. Thank you so much, Vera. So right now, we'll be going into the video session. A short video would be played. So it's just to, have us all bubbled up to get into the second segment. That we are continuing with the research presentations, with the abstract presentations. So technical team, you can please go ahead to play this video for us 2 videos, yes, will be played before the next section. Thank you.
We heard the warnings, but humanity has mastered the dangerous art of ignoring slow disaster. The air started to fade and we called it weather. The oceans rises above sea level and we called it a flooding season. As if disaster has become a ceremony of occasion. The sun burned against our skin and we laughed. It is just another hot day. It's not that deep. Until cities began to drown. Until forests became a graveyard of ashes. Until the air itself started to taste like poison. Tell me, how many alarms do the planet have to ring before we stop hitting snooze on our own destruction? Because somewhere, a farmer watches the cracked soil grow hunger instead of crops. Somewhere, a family climbs the rooftop while watching flood carry away their homes like paper boats. And yet, somewhere, people in expensive suits sit round a table while discussing if climate change is real. Real? Tell that to the child who breathes smoke instead of clean air. Tell that to the island that disappears beneath sea level. Tell that to the communities rebuilt again and again after storms tore through them like a rage with wings. Climate change does not recognize your status. Bad air does not ask for your last name. And still, we cut down trees and wonder why the wind sounds homeless. We poison the oceans and act surprised when the life in it begins to die. We keep taking from the planet without remembering this truth, that the nature always collects its debt through droughts, wildfire, hurricane, through silence where forests used to sing. This is not a funeral poem. This is a call to action. Because the hands that once destroyed the planet can still heal. Let us protect more than we destroy. Let us plant more than we waste. Let our voices speak louder than our excuses, because one day the future generation will ask us this question: what did you do when the planet started to cry? Because this is not just a fight to save the planet. This is a cry for humanity to survive. We heard the warnings, but humanity has mastered the dangerous art of ignoring slow disaster. The air started to fade and we called it weather. The oceans rises above sea level and we called it a flooding season. As if disaster has become a ceremony of occasion. The sun burned against our skin and we laughed. It is just another hot day. It's not that deep. Until cities began to drown. Until forests became a graveyard of ashes. Until the air itself started to taste like poison. Tell me, how many alarms do the planet have to ring before we stop hitting snooze on our own destruction? Because somewhere, a farmer watches the cracked soil grow hunger instead of crops. Somewhere, a family climbs the rooftop while watching flood carry away their homes like paper boats. And yet, somewhere, people in expensive suits sit round a table while discussing if climate change is real. Real? Tell that to the child who breathes smoke instead of clean air. Tell that to the island that disappears beneath sea level. Tell that to the communities rebuilt again and again after storms tore through them like a rage with wings. Climate change does not recognize your status. Bad air does not ask for your last name. And still, we cut down trees and wonder why the wind sounds homeless. We poison the oceans and act surprised when the life in it begins to die. We keep taking from the planet without remembering this truth, that the nature always collects its debt through droughts, wildfire, hurricane, through silence where forests used to sing. This is not a funeral poem. This is a call to action. Because the hands that once destroyed the planet can still heal. Let us protect more than we destroy. Let us plant more than we waste. Let our voices speak louder than our excuses, because one day the future generation will ask us this question: what did you do when the planet started to cry? Because this is not just a fight to save the planet, this is a cry for humanity to survive.
Thank you so much, technical team, for sharing that insightful video with us. As I mentioned earlier, these presentations are meant to challenge our thinking as environment and climate advocates. And I hope we're having an amazing time so far. Please, I want to, see your comments I want to see your thoughts on the comment section on YouTube. Tell us how you feel. Are you learning? Did we meet your expectations? Is this session wonderful to you so far? Please, I'd like to see that. Okay, while you send these messages, I'm going to be inviting the next presenter, Maurice Nelson, with the topic Climate Resilient Architecture as a Pathway for Green Jobs and Sustainable Urban Futures in Africa. You're most welcome, Maurice Nelson. I can see you on the screen. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much, Ifanaya. Good to meet you. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Maurice Nelson.
Sorry, Maurice. I can't hear you well. I don't know if it's your earpiece, but you're not audible. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It's better now.
Yes, I think it's better now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ifanaya. Thank you for this wonderful event. I want to appreciate everyone for being here. My name is Maurice Nelson, and I am an architect and a disaster risk manager. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to ask a question. How many of us here in the room have lived in a city that has flooded in the last 2 years? While I'm waiting for your answer, I'd like you to understand that 600 million people, more people, will move into African cities by 2050. And at the same time, youth employment rate has been stuck at 11.2% since 2021. The next slide, please. Population growth also has been very, very wonderful thing that's happened in Nigeria and in Africa as well. And climate hazards are intensifying every other day. This research asks a question: can climate resilient architecture address environmental vulnerability and youth employment at the same time? The evidence says yes, but only if we are intentional about it. So the next slide. There are 3 intersecting crises I would want to mention, as you have seen on the screen. The first one is climate risk. Nigeria's 2022 floods cost up to $9.12 billion US dollars in damage and displaced 1.4 million people. Urban design failure is the next one, which is only 28.6% of new Lagos condominiums use passive climate design. We are engineering vulnerability into every new building, and the employment gap as well for the next crisis employment gap. There are about 3.33 million green jobs that have been projected across Africa by 2030, yet no policy links Nigerian youth to that opportunity. And now, the next slide, please. The aim and the research questions. The aim is very simple: examine how climate resilience design can simultaneously advance environmental resilience and create green jobs for Nigerian youth and the African youth. This question drove us to what does building performance evidence shows, and what do professionals and young Nigerians tell us about barriers, and what framework can link design to employment. And here's the logic: climate challenges, which is like flooding, heat, energy demand, and the rest, are the entry condition. Climate resilient architecture is the response, which is passive cooling, flood adaptive designs, low carbon materials. When applied deliberately, it creates green jobs across construction, installation, assessment, and facilities management. The outcome is that sustainable urban futures aligned with these 4 SDGs. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. The next one. Thank you. All right. So, like I said, we have about 4 SDGs, that this research is linked to. And the idea is to design better buildings, create better jobs, build nicer cities and better cities. It sounds very simple, and the evidence shows that it is actually, because the complexity in it is actually to make it happen in a large scale. And the existing literature covers climate adaptation, passive cooling, sustainability barriers, and green economy projection, each of them in isolation. So the question is, what is missing is the integration. And no study has actually connected Nigerian architectural performance directly to youth employment. No mixed method synthesis and no scalable framework. So this paper fills that gap, and that's why it belongs to the COEC 2026. The next slide. Thank you. And now the methodology that we used is the quantitative strand and the qualitative strand. We used a secondary mixed methods synthesis design. Qualitatively, we did peer-reviewed papers, building performance studies, flood damage assessment, and green jobs forecast. Qualitatively, there were interviews with 33 Nigerian construction practitioners, thematic analysis, and a Prisma review of 497 articles. Both strands were integrated to find where data gaps meet lived explanation. The next slide. So the question I'd like to ask you before I talk about this slide is, what if I told you that there's a design solution that reduces flood risks, it cuts energy demand, and costs almost nothing extra? Would you expect Nigerian builders to be using it widely? That's my question. Nigeria's 2022 floods cost a median of $6.68 billion in economic damage. On a design side, a 2025 Abuja study found passive cooling strategies explain 75.8% of thermal performance variance. And these are very accessible. They are low-cost strategies, yet only 28.6% of these new Lagos buildings use them. And registered architects, when I was carrying my study, registered architects raised green roofs at about 4.91 out of 5. The knowledge is there. The opportunity is technical, but the barrier is institutional. The next slide. The next slide, we're talking about the green employment. Before I talk about this green employment, I'd like to ask you a question as well. How many of you have heard of the term green jobs? And we're expecting your questions in the comment as well. And how many of you actually know exactly how to assess them? Because it's not about knowing them, but how do you assess them? FSD Africa carried out an analysis, and they also project that 3.3 million new direct green jobs across Africa by 2030, they are going to be here. And Nigeria is one of the 5 priority countries, contributing more than 22% of those jobs in construction, renewable energy, installation, environmental assessment, and facilities management. These are real, and they're also trainable and certifiable roles. But the University of Cambridge we also did a research and found that young Africans' awareness of these pathways is low, right? And to access this training, it is actually constrained by geography and income. The opportunity is projected. The pathway to it is not yet built. The next slide. Thank you. And I'm going to be proposing to you about 3 pillar framework. The very first one, pillar one is design education. In our schools, when I was going to school as well in Cross River University of Technology, we did some researches and discovered that even when in school, lecturers don't even pay attention to sustainable designs, right? And so one of the very first framework that I've introduced to you is design education. Passive cooling and flood adaptive design must become our core competencies in Nigerian universities curricula, right? And young people with green skill trainings are significantly more likely to pursue green employment. The pillar 2 is policy incentives. There should be tax relief on sustainable materials, mandatory green standards for government construction, and youth employment quotas embedded in green contracts. Ghana and South Africa has proven that this particular framework works. So we should also try to apply that in Nigeria. The third pillar is climate smart practice. Demonstration projects for architects should be done. CPD for architects as well should be done, and community-based green construction training, each of which is going to create employment directly. The next slide. In conclusion, climate resilient architecture can simultaneously address environmental vulnerability, sorry about that, economic inclusion, and sustainable urban development in African cities. The implementation gap is institutional, not technical, We know what works. We need to actually deploy it. Architecture must become a deliberate employment ecosystem, not a collection of isolated green projects. And Nigerian youth are not passive recipients of global climate trends. They are its primary agents. Every sustainable building goes up in a Nigerian city is a choice, and the right framework that creates jobs, and the choice as well creates jobs, reduces the risks, and it builds a more livable future. My question before I finish: the buildings going up in Nigerian cities right now will stand for the next 50 years. The question is not whether we build. The question is, it is how do we build it? The next slide. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to take your questions, and thank you for this opportunity to present this abstract. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maurice Nelson, for that insightful session. What has been most exciting for me about your presentation, as well as those delivered by previous speakers, is the strong ground evidence in your works, like the depth of the research, the data, and the passion you have all invested. It is truly commendable. Thank you once again. There are a lot of comments on our YouTube channel. I'm just going to read a few. I'm just going to read a few to you. Somebody had mentioned that, they're experiencing flooding in Bayelsa. And somebody from the University of Calabar mentioned that Lydia, she mentioned that there's been yes, the university has been exposed to serious flood whenever it rained. That's my alma mater, and I agree with you. While I was there, I experienced that as well. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much what we have here. They've gained so much from your session. And of course, the papers will be published and made available to everyone. Thank you very much once again, Maurice Nelson. Okay, so we'll be going to the next presenter. We'll be inviting Damilola Akinjole with the topic, decentralized solar-powered mobility systems, addressing energy dependency and workforce transformation in Africa. Damilola, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hello, Ifunaya. Hello,
You're
everyone.
most welcome. You have the floor now. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Damlola Victoria Akinjole Ogundeji. I am the Director of Operations and Strategy for Fortune Cobab Limited. I'm also the founder of the Restruct Global Hub, which is a system thinking and a system framework company. Basically, I'm pleased to present my work on decentralized solar power mobility systems, and we aim to address energy dependency and to transform the workplace in Africa. So basically, we treat economic and youth unemployability as an economic issue. We treat environmental degradation and transport emission as a separate regulatory issue. We also treat our electrical and energy challenges as infrastructure issues, separately built, but I'm here to say that with a systems lens, we can look at them as a holistic system with interconnected approach. Basically, we have our world and our economic progression dependent on fossil fuels. It has seen tremendous advancements in our modern civilization. However, this has not come without a great cost on our environment. As we all know, the only way to get our energy source from these fossil fuels is from the burning, which is the combustion of this fossil fuels. However, this process releases carbon dioxide and methane, CO2, and CH4, which causes atmospheric heat and traps these toxins into our environment, right? This causes pollution. This reduces the impact of our livelihood. It also causes health problems. It causes respiratory and cardiovascular issues, which we can say the benefits I don't know if the cost outweighs the benefit, but I mean, we can drop that in the comment section too. Is the benefits overweighing the costs, or are the costs overweighing the benefits? Right? Global temperature is on a rise. Since pre-industrial levels, we've seen a growth of 1.1 degrees Celsius to 1.2 degrees Celsius above the levels that our atmosphere held before the introduction of this fossil fuels infrastructure. Our environment has paid the greatest price. And let's move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So while we encourage and welcome the new advancement of electronic vehicles into our economic and the global space, we should take in cognizance that our economic realities are different from those of the Western world, which is what made me to coin this framework as an ulcer. Frankly speaking, the energy infrastructure challenge of Africa is at a state of an internal erosion, which is caused by systematic damage and imbalance. It represents the unstable national grids we have, the limited charging infrastructure to aid this electronic vehicles emergence, our chronic energy deficit, and our constrained capital barriers. We have energy accessibility gaps, and also we have to also take into proper cognizance the rising urban energy demands of Africa. Our question should be how our developing economies can reduce transportation emissions while struggling with energy reliability and infrastructure limitations. Quite frankly, we should tailor our solutions to our modern reality. True sustainability should be built around reliance, accessibility, and decentralized energy innovation. So many places in Africa and Nigeria, especially, have no access to electricity. The ones that have access to electricity don't even have good quality electricity to power their appliances, to improve their day-to-day lives, which leads us to the next slide. Transportation remains our major contribution for global carbon emissions. It accounts for approximately 23 to 24% of global CO2 from four combustions. Our heavy dependence on petrol and diesel continue to drive emission growth. In Nigeria, our transport sector is our major contributor, and it's rapidly growing. It's our source of major greenhouse gas emission, contributing to estimated 15 to 20% of greenhouse emission growth, with road transport representing the dominant share. Fossil fuel today represents 80% of our global primary energy source. And African population is projected to grow from 1.4 billion to nearly about 2.5 billion by 2050, while Nigeria's population is approximately 230 million. As a result, energy demand, population, mobility pressure, and urban congestion, also the environmental impact on the ecosystem is on a steady increase. And that leads to our declining urban air. According to WHO, the air in Nigeria, the atmospheric condition is 9 times above the accepted baseline. Let's move to the next slide, please. Transportation is not only an environmental issue, it's also a health issue. Our African's climate reality, as my co-presenters as gloriously listed in vivid pictures, we're not future victims. We are already experiencing the front line of our climate change. According to reports, parts of Africa, especially the Sahel regions, are warming slightly faster than global average. We have rising temperatures, we have flooding, and energy, food insecurity as a result of this environmental impact are accelerating across vulnerable regions. Although Africa contributes less than 3 to 5%, 3 to 4% of our global emission quota, our continent faces disproportionate impacts regardless of our contribution quota. Rapid urbanization, infrastructure gaps, and our energy dependency intensifies these risks. So we should pivot and know that our solution would not be imported wholesale from developed economies. We should factor and tailor solutions that takes in cognizance our reality. It must be tailored around accessibility for the common man in the most rural areas, and also it should be resilient to withstand economic fluctuations. Please, next slide. I have been in the oil and gas industry for the past 7+ years, and I can say firsthand that I have seen the impacts of our environment. I've seen the benefits. I've also seen the downsides from the exploration, the extraction, the consumption, and the maintenance of these assets. Each and every stage of this end-to-end cycle has a detrimental impact on our environments. Let's go to the next slide. So that makes me know that our future will not be reliant on just our awareness. No, we have to rethink our sustainability beyond just having symbolic conversations, having practical system innovation, scalable solutions, accessible and renewable infrastructure that can withstand long-term and be reliant. In Fortune Cobab, we are introducing and re-engineering our approach. We invest, please, we can move to the next slide. Thank you. Our R&D, our research and development departments, we are committed deeply to finding out innovative solutions to combat our climate degradation and our ecosystem, to empower our economies and our youth by, one, reducing our fuel dependence, by lowering mobility emission and ensuring sustainable energy access, and championing and encouraging environmentally consciousness and environmentally conscious infrastructure. We make sure that we are developing efficient structures across multi-sectors. And then for this scoped delivery, we are focusing on the solar mobility systems. We're harnessing solar energy for cleaner and a more resilient future, and we are employing people to charge and move into that direction, because the future of energy has to be sustainable and clean. Our ecosystem is to generate, to stabilize, to mobilize, connect, and impact the world and the globe at large by encouraging and creating cleaner air atmosphere, reduced emission, and lowered transport costs, which invariably creates green jobs for our youth. It matters because it reduces our fossil fuel dependence, lowered carbon emissions.
Hi, Damilola. You have 2 minutes to go. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we could move to the next slide. So basically, Fortune Cobabs were empowering the next generation of smart urban mobility by encouraging solar-powered infrastructure to our different diverse sectors. And please, you can just move to the next slide. Yes, we're building a green economy that helps to develop green jobs, to develop the training, the development of skills, and to empower economic growth. Next slide. Nature has already designed a blueprint. If we take a look at the Amazon rainforest, so many diverse scientists are employing biomimicry to bring about solutions that tailor the already sustainable environment that nature has provided to help us empower our lives. The question is whether humanity will choose to build with what nature has provided or against it. Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Please, can you mute your mic, Abdurrahim? Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, Damilola. I truly agree that ULSA is the energy infrastructure challenge we are facing in Africa. I believe it's really an ULSA. Thank you for the proposed solutions. There are so many comments on our YouTube channel. You could always take your time to read them to see what people are saying about your work, right? So without wasting further time, we're going to move to the next presenter who is already on the call. I can see him, Abdurrahim Badebo, sorry, with the topic okay, so sorry.
All right.
Can we all
Can
mute
you hear
our
me?
mic? Once I call the next speaker, then you can unmute yourself. But if you're
Hello.
not speaking, ensure that you're muted.
Hello.
I can hear you, but can you please mute your mic until I have ushered you in?
Okay.
All right. Can you please mute your mic until I have ushered you in? Please, the technical team, could you ensure that everybody is muted? And if somebody is joining with two devices, please ensure the other device is on very low speaker, because the moment it's all high, it's going to reflect that noise. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to go again now. The next on my list is Abdurrahim Badebo, sorry about that. With the topic, decentralized solar-powered mobility systems, addressing energy dependency and workforce transformation in Africa. You have the floor now, Abdurrahim. Thank you so much for joining.
Research topic. Are you with me? I said that's not my research topic.
Oh, sorry. I think there might have been an error on my list here, but let me check again. Oh, okay. So your topic is the vicious circle of oil pollution and illegal oil bunkering in Ogoniland 2015 to 2025. My sincere apologies for that error. Please, you can go ahead now.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to sincerely appreciate the United Nations Sustainable Development Solution Network Youth Nigeria for organizing this conference of youth on environment and climate. My name is Abraman Badebo, and today I'll be presenting my research title, which is The Vicious Cycle of Oil Pollution and Illegal Oil Bunkering in Ogoniland between the period of 2015 to 2025. Next slide, please. All right. So, about the introduction, Ogoniland, which is located in Niger Delta region of Nigeria, has experienced decades of oil pollution and environmental degradation resulting from oil exploration and extraction activities. Following the discovery of crude oil in the Niger Delta in the late 1950s, extensive activities has expanded across the region, including Ogoniland. While oil production contributed significantly to Nigeria's economy, it also generates several environmental consequences for local community. And over the years, frequent oil spills have contaminated farmland, rivers, fishing areas, and other natural resources. Since farming and fishing contribute to the primary source of livelihood in that Ogoni land, so the destruction of these resources has significantly affected their economic well-being. So furthermore, with remediation efforts and deteriorating infrastructure have intensified the environmental crisis. And as livelihood declined and economic opportunity become limited, many residents sought alternative means of survival. Consequently, illegal oil bunkering emerged not only as a survival strategy for some individual, but also as an organized illicit economic activity. Next slide, please. All right. So, despite the recommendation of the United Nations Environmental Program, which is UNEP, and the intervention effort of the hydrocarbon pollution remediation efforts, remediation project, environmental pollution remain challenges in Ogoniland, and the persistence of pollution has contributed to unemployment, poverty, and social dissatisfaction among affected communities. And as traditional livelihood opportunities continue to decline, many individuals become vulnerable to engage in illegal refining and crude oil theft activities. So unfortunately, these activities worsen environmental degradation and insecurity within the region. So this situation creates a vicious cycle. What does that vicious cycle mean? It means that environmental degradation destroy livelihood, and loss of livelihood encourage participation in illegal oil bunkering, as we can see in this figure. So now, illegal oil bunkering then cause further environmental degradation through pipeline vandalism, oil spills, and illegal refining activities. So as a result, the cycle continues to reinforce itself over time. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, all right, thank you. So this is our research objective. This study address number one, it investigate the nexus between legacy oil spills and illegal bunkering. And the second objective is that it assess the environmental consequences of illegal bunkering. And also the last research objective is that it evaluates the impact of illegal bunkering on livelihood in Ogoniland. Next slide, please. All right, so this study is guided ecoviolence theory, political ecology theory, and environmental justice theory. So this theory collectively explain how environmental degradation, socio-economic pressure, and environmental inequality contribute to the persistence of illegal oil bunkering in Ogoniland. Next slide. All right, so this study adopted a qualitative research approach. Secondary data were collected from government reports, UNEP reports, IPREP documents, academic journals, articles, NGO publications, and media reports. And the collected data were analyzed using context analysis and descriptive interpretation. Thank you. Sorry. All right. So the findings are presented according to our three objectives. So the first objective, which examined the pollution bunkering nexus. So the study found that legacy oil spill destroyed traditional livelihood and increased unemployment. The study also found that aging and poorly maintained pipelines create opportunity for crude oil theft and illegal refining activities. And the second objective is that it examines the environmental consequences of illegal bunkering. So can you help me to okay. So it examines the environmental consequences of illegal oil bunkering. And one of the consequences, mangrove destruction and biodiversity loss intensified. Water and soil contamination increased significantly. Air pollution and black soot affect public health. And we also found that illegal refining cause recurring ecological damage. Next slide, please. So for the third objective, which examined the impact on livelihood, the study found that the illegal bunkering has created what is known as shadow economy. And what do we mean by shadow economy? It's like economic activity that operates outside government regulation and taxation. Although illegal bunkering provides short-term income opportunity for some individuals, it also contributes to the long-term collapse of farming and fishing and livelihoods. So the study also found that increasing health challenges associated with pollution have raised healthcare costs. It deepened poverty and it reduced productivity among community members. So next slide, please. All right, so in conclusion, the study find that environmental degradation and illegal bunkering reinforce one another in a self-perpetuating cycle. And also, environmental degradation destroy livelihoods, while loss of livelihoods encourage participation in illegal bunkering. And this activity generates additional environmental damage, which further sustaining the cycle, as we can see in the figure that I presented earlier. So, and the findings suggest that can you please next slide? Next slide. No. All right. So, and the study recommends aggressively decommission, abandon oil infrastructure, and it recommends government to establish community-owned modular refineries, and government should improve transparency and accountability in remediation efforts, and also a sustainable livelihood program are essential for breaking the pollution bunkering cycle in Ogoniland, because only through a comprehensive approach can the vicious cycle of environmental degradation and illegal oil bunkering in Ogoniland be effectively broken. Thank you for listening, and I would like to welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you so much, Abdurrahman, for your wonderful presentation. The comment session is on lit as usual. Fuhada Abbas, also adds to your presentation by saying that tree planting can help control the climate issues. I agree. So people should please stop cutting down trees. Thank you so much once again, Abdurrahman. We're gonna be moving straight to the next presenter. We have Yahuza Ishmael with the topic leveraging data systems for coordinated climate response and community resilience in fragile contexts, evidence from Northeast Nigeria. Yahuza Ishmael, are you here? Yahuza Ishmael, if you can hear me, please, I would need you to unmute yourself. Okay, so we're going to be skipping we're going to be skipping Yahuza Ishmael and move to Jefferson. Okay, Jefferson Daniel with the topic designing youth-centered AI ecosystems for green job creation in Nigeria. Do we have Jefferson Daniel here on the call? Please, if you can hear me, I would like to hear you say hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me? Jefferson. Okay, so we're going to skip Jefferson and move to the next presenter, Abdulatif, with the topic, Bridging the Gap, Youth-Led Innovation for Climate Sensitive Health Promotion in Northern Nigeria. Do we have Abdulatif on the call? We have Abdulatif on the call. Okay.
Yes, I'm on the call. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All right, please go ahead. Please go ahead, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Please kindly confirm if you can hear me now.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you so much. And thank you so much to the organizers of the conference. We're privileged to be here to speak with everyone here today. So I'll be running through my presentation in the next few minutes while taking to time because I'm currently in class, but I just have to make it here. So I'm Abdulatif Abdullah Akambi, as I was introduced.
Sorry, Daniel, we can't hear you well. I don't know if you're using an earphone or an earbud, but just to let you know, you're not distinct enough. You can hear you clearly. Yes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, this is perfect. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. By name Abdulatif Abdullah Akambi. I'm a medical laboratory science student from Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto State, and I'll be running through my presentation with the topic bridging the gap, youth-led innovation for climate-sensitive health promotion in northern Nigeria. Please, you can move to the next slide. So my presentation, I'll be presenting my abstract titled, as I mentioned earlier. So the work explore how youth-led approach can strengthen health promotion and community resilience in the face of climate-related public health challenges we have in the country. Because if we talk about climate change, as in the context of Nigeria, especially if we talk about the northern Nigeria, we can't talk about climate change now without talking about public health, because we've had a lot of versatile negative effect that climate is contributing to the health promotion and health sector, especially if we talk about public health in general. So this is the introduction about the topic. So one of the main challenges, if we talk about climate, so the background of this research talk about climate, we all know that climate is not only an environmental issue, it is also affecting public health. So particularly in underserved community, especially talking of the northern Nigeria, especially also I will use Sokoto State as an example, which is the main place which this research was conducted. So challenges such as poor sanitation, environmental degradation, inadequate sanitation, and other weak intervention. So these are some of the main issues that create a need for more localized and community-centered approach, which can positively. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So the objective of this study was to explore on how youth-led innovation can help to bridge this gap by combining health promotion while climate resilient strategy at community level. So talking about young people. So this objective of this research is exploring how youth-led innovation, because we know that we can't talk about sustainability in the 21st century that we have now without making sure that young people are centered at the table, not just beneficiary of this change. So this community-based participatory approach was employed, which is how this research was done. So through youths volunteered who engage with community. Please, you can move to the next slide. So this is the method which this research was conducted. We use a community-based participatory approach, which it was conducted by young people, which is one of the main goal of this research. So the youth volunteer engaged community through hygiene, sanitation, and awareness campaign, and peer-to-peer HPV-led education, because HPV is a vaccine that's used to prevent cervical cancer, especially for girls of 9 years of age. So how climate has actively created negatively to these health challenges that we mentioned, talking about how this, if we later talk about the statistics, if so this information were gathered through field observation, participant feedback, and monitoring approach, which aimed at understanding the change in awareness and engagement. So the peer-to-peer HPV education, which was facilitated by youth in making sure that this research is accurate, which we use some trusted health messaging on the prevention. So and during the approach, we see a lot of gaps on why climate has been some of the barriers when we talk about this health promotion in the others underserved community. So these are some of the methods which the data was collected. It was collected through field observation, structured participants feedback after this peer-to-peer engagement that we talk about, and we use some monitoring and evaluation tools also, and behavioral tracking also, using the qualitative analysis of the research. So please, next slide. So these are the results and some of the discussion of this research. So this finding suggests that youth-led intervention improve community engagement and trust, especially if we talk about climate. If we talk about climate change, sorry. So the participants have demonstrated better and awareness of the relationship between environmental condition and health outcome. So the peer-led model that we used, that was as an approach of young people, particularly was effective because community members were more receptive to message delivered by young people. So they could easily relate to it because as young people, we work with trend, which and in the local context of what this message is bringing about. So is integrating the climate consideration into the health education and improve the relevance of intervention and encourage positive shift in attitude towards preventive health practices. So please, you can move to the next slide. So this is the conclusion about this research. So this finding has
Hello, Abdulatif. Can you hear me? Please, I'd like the people on the comment section, participants, could you kindly share if you could hear Abdulatif?
It's not audible. It's not audible. It's not. I think it's no longer here or something.
Okay, so I think Abdulatif is experiencing some technical issues or network challenge. So while we quickly hope that he comes on board, I'm going to be inviting the next presenter because we do not have much time. The next on my list here is Abdullahi Salaudin with the topic Youth-Built Artificial Intelligence, Tools for Community Level Climate Monitoring in Nigeria. After Abdullahi Salaudin, we have John Oladele. So please get ready while Abdullahi Salaudin is presenting. Do we have Abdullahi Salaudin on the call?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm here.
All right, you're welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon. My appreciation goes to the organizers of this conference, and also I want to appreciate the contributions of fellow presenters so far. Without wasting our time, my topic is youth-built artificial intelligence tools for community-level climate monitoring in Nigeria. First of all, the motivations behind this topic is that when we look at the current world that we have, whether we believe it or not, artificial intelligence is no longer an option for every parastatals, for every organization, but an important tool which every individuals, both private and government organizations must adopt in order to build up whatever they are doing. And at the same time, when we look at the composition of the Nigeria population, we realize that the youth
are the forefront. They are the forefront of building or coming with several innovations in order to solve certain problems. And in line with the theme of this particular conference is the reason behind I've come up with this particular topic. Next slide, please. Next slide. Those are just the outlines. Yes, by means of introduction, you see, the issue of climate has affected almost every aspect of human lives as far as Nigeria is concerned. And according to research, as of 2022, we have over 110 acres of land that have been flooded away through floods. And at the same time, over 641 people have been displaced out of their various residence, out of their homes as a result of continuous flooding, which is uh, through the issue of climate change. And this is causing more problems because when we talk of climate change, it involves several aspects. The effects involve several aspects, which include the flooding, the desertification. Meanwhile, the institutions in charge of controlling or monitoring the issue of climate change, which is climate, are actually trying their best. However, when we look at the scope at which the NIMET are operating, it is being limited. And this limitation is actually the area I want to look into, which I believe through our youth and with coming up with innovation, which we centered on AI in order to determine and in order to predict and as well create solutions to all these climate issues. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the statement of problem, to be very brief, whether the reality is climate change is causing a lot of issues which include flooding, desertification, droughts, and the likes. And like I said earlier, the NIMET are actually trying in ensuring that they try to monitor and even stop further occurrences. Notwithstanding, we should believe that there is no a systematic or let me say an institutional solution that actually come up with the trending of AI because AI in this current century that we have now is now being used by different organizations, by different governments in different countries to solve certain problems. And I think Nigeria should not be left out of this in order for us to use the power of AI as a vibrant tool in predicting and as well solving issues that has to do with AI, issues that has to do with climate problems in our dear country. Next slide, please. So these are just the highlights of some of the literatures that were reviewed in order to come up with a robust abstract. Next slide, please. Yeah, this particular work adopts three relevant and important theoretical framework because we believe that in a research of this nature, it is very germane to look into what are the theories that are actually relevant to the topic of discussion. And the theories are the technological acceptance model. And how is this theory applicable to our discussion? Because whether we like it or not, we have some people who we call laggard. They are not always ready to adopt an innovation. And as a result of this, we must be able to understand that when a particular innovation or when a particular technology is being perceived, it is very, very important to know how we can convince people for them to see the good aspects of the innovation because people will always think what they are using before, they are okay with it, they are comfortable with it, but not understanding that by the time they try to accept another model of technology, that particular new technology can always give a better solution. Then the other theory look into the socio-technical system theory, because when we talk of AI, it's an aspect of technology. Then when we talk of the climate change, it's an aspect that affect our social life. And that is the reason this theory is also relevant, because when we are developing an AI tool that will assist us to predict and solve climate change problem, we should take into consideration that majority of the people who have been affected with the climate change are the rural people, simply because they may not have access to advanced technology or good internet. And at the same time, we should consider incorporating local languages in whatever system or whatever AI tool that is going to be built, because most of our villages or most of these rural areas, not actually all of them, understand thoroughly the legal franca of the country. And that is why when you are building such a system, it is very, very important we inculcate in it our indigenous languages and also some indigenous consideration. And we also have the capacity approach. Like for instance, if our youth are being allowed to build up AI tools that can solve this particular problem, whether we like it or not, this particular tool that is being built will be able to give a lot of capacity and ability to more youth, and it will even create more avenue for people to understand that our problem can be solved beyond traditional way. Next slide, please. So this research use different methodology in order to gather our data. First of all, we use systematic literature review to look into related and previous work that has been done, which are very relevant to this study. And at the same time, the study also used the quantitative method and as well the thematic analysis. And lastly, we try to look into comparative analysis of previous work and also previous tools that have been built in order to solve certain problems. All these are used, then all these are considered, rather, all these are considered for this particular abstract. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. So, after thorough review and using the methodology that have just been mentioned, these findings were uh, were, were the major things that were arrived at. Now we have the flood and disasters production. Now we realize that a lot of issues, a lot of problems either that are being natural anyway, or even when we talk of climate change, not all of these problems are even natural, because some of the problems that we face as far as climate change is concerned are even artificial, because as human beings that use some of these natural resources, we use them in such a way that we don't even consider what will be the negative
Hello,
effect.
Saludin. You have 2 minutes to go.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, thank you. So we have flood and disaster prediction. That is to say, if we are able to create this AI tool, we will be able to dictate flood and disaster prediction, and also agricultural AI advisory will also be available. Then there will be remote sensing platforms and as well as mobile climate services. Next slide, please. Yes. So, please, next slide. Next slide. I think I've discussed about this. Next slide, please. Now, so our findings, according to the findings, we find out 5 major strengths that Nigerians and the whole Africa can actually benefit if we allow the youth to build a particular AI tool that can actually predict climate issues, solve the problems, and many more. First of all, we talk of the open source tools and public satellite data. Yes, the technology ops and digital skills training, policy alignment, then growing evidence base and investor confidence, as well as Nigerian young technological educated population. Because with this innovation, we have more of our youth that will be technologically educated. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Now, however, considering the beauty of the innovation of this AI tool to solve climate problem, there are certain challenges, certain problems that are possible to be faced, which include digital infrastructure deficit. We all know that there are limitations to digital infrastructure in Nigeria, the inadequate funding, which is common to every aspect of Nigerian parastatals. Then institutional integration. There should be integration between the youth and as well the NIMET. Then we have gender inequality as well as design deployment gap. Yes. Next slide, please. So, to summarize all this in discussion, we realize that if we allow a particular youth, an individual, either irrespective of the state or the region is coming from as far as Nigeria is concerned, we realize that that particular innovation will help, if well designed and well built, will help in solving a lot of climate issues, droughts, flooding, desertifications, and the likes. And when these are being taken into consideration, we realize that some of these problems we are facing in Nigeria as a result of climate change can be easily be tackled, since we can actually predict them even before they happened. Next slide, please. So then the recommendations for this research include: there should be climate data partnership program, there should be AI climate literacy in our curricula, right from secondary school to our tertiary institutions, and as well there should be tailored climate finance instruments, as well as the government should be ready to as well own the responsibility to cater for whatever that is being needed. Next slide, please. So by conclusion, I will try to tell us that whether we like it or not, AI is a powerful tool irrespective of the area we are using it. And our youth are the most vibrant set of people who can actually come up with this innovation. And when we allow the youth, when we empower the youth to design an AI tool that can use to predict climate issues and solve problems, definitely there are tendencies that all these problems of climate change, if not totally solved, but will be reduced to the lowest minimum. Thank you. Thank you. I think
Thank you so
that
much,
is the point.
Saludin, for the wonderful presentation. I see how in-depth it's really, really robust. Thank you, really. I have a few comments and of course a few concerns from our participants. I hear you. I hear your concerns, and it's very valid. These concerns are not just for you, Saludin, it's for every person that has presented today. And I'm just going to read one of them. Oh, I hope I haven't missed it now. Okay, so Egwu Chinwendu, Jennifer, is concerned. She asks that, is there organizations to implement all these? Discussing it is one thing, implementing and putting them into work is another thing. The government and NGOs need to support the movement. I think we have a lot of comments like this one. Yeah, so there are more comments like Chinwendu's comments. But then there are also other comments like Nigeria climate utilities and actualization for sustainabilities are really stunted. This person is contributing, which is a problem in our international presence. Most of the systematic and institutional solutions are mentioned by Emmanuel Nwafo. Yes, and there are a lot of comments, and we really appreciate your participation. And I do want to share that for you to ask these questions means that we're making progress, because something must have been ignited in you to say, oh, these are the solutions. These abstracts have spoken, they have actually highlighted real problems, and also referred to the solutions to these problems. So of course, a very conscious person would ask, what next? And of course, what next would be, what tables would these research works go to? What plans of implementations do organizations and government have? And I align with you very well. But the reason we are having the abstract, these entrants present their abstracts, is because we want to hear from you, right? So this is the stage for feedback. This is like an abstract. It's not yet a full research work. And of course, besides academic references, when these research works are published, of course, it's also serving, because people would definitely refer to them. And agree with me, these are going to get to tables. When it's in the right platforms, policymakers are going to find them. We're going to, put metrics in place to ensure that the people that it's able to reach, at least it reaches people that it is meant to reach, because that's very important. We do not want to just be talkers, but also doers. So thank you so much for that insight. Thank you so much for pointing it out. It means that you're really following and paying attention. All right. So thank you once again, Saludin. We're going to be moving to the next presenter, who is John Oladele. After John's presentation, we're going to be watching another video presentation. So John's topic reads, Climate Resilience and the Future of Work, a case study of Joe Life Hub in empowering youth through digital public health innovation. John Oladele, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thank
All right.
you, Juliet. Thank you so much. And thanks to the organizer of this team. So, just like you said, my name is Early John Olalua, and my research topic, abstract, talks about the climate resilience and the future of work, a case study of July 4 in empowering youth through digital public health innovation. All right. So, please, next slide. Next slide. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, by way of introduction, before I go into introduction, I would like to talk about July 4, which is the case study here. July 4 was born from a personal health experience with HCV, which revealed the urgent need for better health awareness and early action. It focuses on improving how people understand and care for the earth through education and community engagement. So, in few words, it's just a public health initiative advancing SDG 3, which is good health and well-being. So, by the way of introduction, this research focuses on the climate resilience and sustainable livelihood, and July 4 as a digital public health platform. Please, the next slide. Thank you. So climate resilience and sustainable livelihood in emerging economies are developing quite significantly with innovative youth-driven solutions and catalysts for positive change. Just like I said earlier, that because if you seen July for and digital in this particular presentation. So this paper presents July 4, confirming the reality of how technological breakthrough can support climate adaptation and the future of work in emerging economies. And as well, by using mobile health, telehealth, and social media, July 4 provides young people with health education and encourages them to adapt climate-friendly behavior. Also, July 4 opens up digital livelihood opportunities to in community health engagement. Yeah, because I've been doing that for a while. And it's empowering youth with skills and roles as health advocates and digital workers. The next slide, please. So the method that was carried out with this abstract is systemic literature review, which is literature review, which focus on literature review from peer-reviewed journals, and is focused on low and middle income countries, which was analyzed in the period of 2021 to 2025. The next slide, please. So, the literature review, which is a systematic review of the literature, was conducted retrieving 20 articles on low and middle income countries from peer-reviewed journals, which is ResearchGate, PubMed, Google Scholars, which were published 2021 to 2025. And the analysis focused on the examine how digital public health tools increase youth participation, improving literacy, and promote community resilience to climate-related health risks, which was Life Up served as a case study, just like I said earlier. So the key insight to this particular one is just the digital platform like Life Up effectively equip youth with skills and roles of health advocate and digital work, themselves, bringing benefits of digital public health. Please see the next slide. Thank you. So the result for this particular abstract is focused on digital public health and impact on youth, which our findings brought out that and challenges and sustainable barriers. Then we look at the key, content and the keywords there. The next slide, please. So our findings focus on digital public health innovation and are on effective way of significantly increasing youth involvement in climate resilience and health adaptation through accessible technology platform. Remember, we talked about Life Up, which is using digital platforms such as Life Up, facilitate access to trustworthy health information while encouraging preventive health behaviors among young people. And as well, the digital platform enhance digital skills that will be indispensable in the future world of work, preparing youth for emerging employment opportunities in the health sector. So now, the youth involvement is essential in rising community awareness and providing support for action during dealing with health risk resulting from climate change, which we are talking about. So the result indicates digital public health tools increase youth participation, improve health literacy, and promote community resilience. The next slide, please. So, however, we have some key challenges and we have some opportunities as well to this particular result. So, lack of internet access, which is limited connectivity infrastructure in developing countries, restrict platform reach and engagement. And we have low digital literacy, which is many youth lack the necessary skills to effectively use digital health tools and platforms. So the work policy support, which is insufficient government backing, hinder skill up, and long-term sustainability of interventions. So the opportunities for improvement here is just infrastructure investment, which is expanding internet access to others underserved communities, can dramatically increase platform impact. So before I move on, I visited a particular, let me just use a real life scenario. I visited a particular rural area, a community where network access is very limited, which was last week, making mobile health service difficult to reach. Sadly, then I was informed that someone had died that same day I got there, that same day, after being fined shortly before. So something just came to me, and it was like, it was a painful reminder of how poor connectivity can delay access to timely health care. These are present countries, these are countries. So digital skills training as well, integrating digital literacy program with health platform, build user capacity and engagement. Policy advocacy, strengthening policy framework, support sustainable digital health intervention at scale. The next slide, please. Thank you. So the keywords here, these are the keywords that we have. These some five keywords there, which their thematic areas represent the infrastructure of technology, public health, climate action, and youth development in emerging economies. So together, they form the conceptual framework of this research on how digital platforms like JLife Hub can create meaningful impact at the nexus of climate resilience and sustainable employment. So, in summary of all what I've been saying, this study shows digital public health innovation, empowering youth in climate resilience, and create livelihood opportunities. Yet, barriers of internet access, digital literacy, and policy support need addressing. Next slide, please. Thank you. And I'll be looking forward for your question in the comment section. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John, for that wonderful presentation. We have comments on here as usual. Samuel Elijah says it's time we start planning with the people as against planning for the people. That's correct.
Thank you.
Presentation is neat and very relatable. Yes, Creole communication strains in the country. And that's from Emmanuel Wafo. Yes. From Ibrahim Kaze, as Nigerians, let's push for the inclusion of legislators with outstanding qualifications on environment matters to form the committee on environment. This will help a lot. I agree. So these are the feedbacks that we're collating, right? This is why we're having this conference. And this is why we're having this conference. And of course, the speakers will be meeting tomorrow, the panel sessions and all of that. These people are also in policy and in different sectors where decisions are being made. So this is why we're having this. So thank you so much for these insights. Please keep them coming. We appreciate. So once again, thank you, John, for that wonderful presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, so I wanted to forgive, we wanted to together, right? I wanted to forgive Shekina Eliakub, who said he or she was on their way to Abuja. That's why they weren't on the call. But I don't know if they're on the call now, so we can take them before we take the video presentation. So Shakina, if you can hear me, please, I'd like that you mute yourself and say hello. Okay, I think Shakina probably might still be on her way, their way. So we'll just be moving straight to the next section, which is the video presentation. Then after the video presentation, we're going to be taking the last segment of the abstract presentation. Thank you so much for staying. It's been hours and you're still here. Please do not go. Let's see what the technical team have for us, the next video presentation. Please, you may proceed, technical team. Thank you. So I'm going to call the next presenter before we move to the video presentation. Just a sec. All right, so we have Hafizat Bello with the topic Enable Digital Infrastructure for Climate Resilience, Urban Transport, and Economic Resilience in Africa, a theory-driven framework. Do we have Hafizat Bello on the call? Okay, so we're going to move to the next, but I think the technical team is still sorting their issues out. The next on my list here is Deborah Obayinka. I didn't bother that name. With the
No, you
topic
didn't.
climate, oh, wonderful. With the topic climate sustainability analysis for agricultural crops using rainfall, temperature, and relative humidity using Oyo State as a case study. Wonderful. Please take the floor, Deborah. Thank you so much for joining. Please go ahead,
Good
Deborah, if you can
afternoon.
hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yes. Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you're joining from. My name is Deborah Kwanka. Please confirm if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, can
Yes, Deborah, we can hear you. Please go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, please go ahead. We can hear you. Thank you.
All right. So I'll be putting a topic, climate suitability analysis for using like the cowpea, the cassava, soybean, maize, and rice. And I did this research using GIS-based multi-criteria evaluation and remote sensing. I used multiple criteria to examine this. This statement written below was said by the Smallholder Woman Farmers Organization in Nigeria on April 7, 2026. She said that the farmers who managed to plant struggle to access sufficient water to irrigate their farms, and the situation is worsened by the effects of climate change. So we can see how climate change actually affects agriculture, affects the yield of farmers in Nigeria. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. The next slide is it comprises of some images showing the negative effect of climate. Thank you so much. Negative effect of climate on some crops in Nigeria. You can see how this have affected these crops, and it can lead to low yield of farmers. And there are some climates. There are some things that can affect cassava, can affect cowpea, can affect other crops, and some of the diseases are caused by climate change. Example is cassava mosaic disease, cassava brown streak, and all of that diseases that can be caused by climate change. So the next one is the climate. What are the challenges in agriculture? Challenges in agriculture, there are climate change, land use conflict, price volatility, soil degradation, and all other challenges. This research focuses mainly on climate change, the effect of climate change on agriculture, and solution to the problem. So the next slide, please. The statement of problem. The statement of problem realized in this research is that there are some farmers that still rely on traditional farming practices, and there are some farmers that are really impacted, they are really affected by climate variability and land degradation. Climate variability such as flooding, soil degradation, and this increasingly affects agricultural productivity, which leads to low yield. And another statement of problem, another problem being faced by smallholder farmers is the GIS-based suitability analysis, the limited accessibility to it. So GIS is an act or is a computer system designed to capture, store, manage data, and this data will help us make informed decisions. So the problem now is that this GIS-based suitability, people can analyze and all of that is available, but it's maybe expensive, the cost, and the software used, ArcGIS Pro, for example, is a licensed software. You have to pay to be able to have access to it and all other things, aside the data and all of that. But this research, one of the gap that is willing to bridge is the fact that the price is lesser. Now you don't have to have a GIS analyst to be able to get the particular location where you are expecting. I can just query it and
Can you hear
Hi,
me?
Deborah. Can you hear? All right. Yes, please go on. We lost you for a moment.
Oh, oh, okay. I was talking about statements of problem. So statements of problem, one of the issues being faced by smallholder farmers is the reliance on traditional farming practices and also the impact of climate variability and land degradation on the farm, then limited accessibility to suitability assessment. So for you to conduct a suitability assessment, you have to use GIS software like the ArcGIS Pro, the QGIS. But the problem is usually the technicalities of these softwares. There are some of these software that some of us don't really know how to use. But that's why that's to be necessarily an expert to be able to use this toolbox to identify the location that is suitable for you to plant some crops in different locations. So the objectives, this next slide. The objectives of this research, the objective one is to retrieve and process climate data sets, generate a land use land cover map, reclassify climate variables into suitability classes based on established agronomic threshold. So this objective 3 is talking about, for example, I want to plant cassava on a particular plot. So, and I'll check, okay, is this land suitable? Is it highly suitable? Is it moderately suitable? Is it not suitable for planting cassava? So that's what this objective 3 is all about. Then the fifth objective is to develop a dynamic, user-friendly ArcGIS Python toolbox that automates suitability analysis for any crop selected. So this is the methodology, data acquisition, next acquisition, pre-processing, parameter classification, weighted overlay analysis, and suitability mapping. Next slide, please. Okay, the other slide where the map is.
Hi, Deborah. I don't think I can hear you, but let me check with the participants. Can we hear Deborah? I think we lost her. Hi, Deborah.
Okay, can we hear me now?
Yes, please go
Hello,
ahead.
can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, yes.
I'm so sorry for the network glitch. So I was talking about the rainfall. This particular slide is showing the rainfall distribution map of Oyo State, Nigeria. You can see that the blue part is showing that there is high distribution of rainfall in those locations. Then the one showing yellow, the places that are yellow, they are the places that the rainfall is very, very low in Oyo State, Nigeria. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, thank you. So this other image is showing the places in Oyo State that are suitable for planting crops in Oyo State, Nigeria. So such that farmers will be able to make informed decision. You will not go and plant in a place where the soil is not suitable for planting, or the relative humidity or the rainfall is not consistent in that particular location. So that's the essence. That's what this map is talking about. The next slide, please. Okay, next slide, please. So the practical application of this research is that farmers will be able to identify the most suitable crops for their location. For example, I want to plant a crop in plot A. I have plot A, B, C, and I want to plant cassava. I'll be able to know that, okay, this plot A is highly suitable for planting cassava. This plot B is suitable for planting cowpea. This plot C is not suitable. Thereby, I'll be able to make a decision such that at the end of the day, I will not get low yield in farming. Then another application of this research is government agencies support agricultural zoning and policy decision making. Then another thing is that it targets climate smart agriculture interventions. Yesterday, I was listening to NTA News and I found out that there was a digital advisory platform being provided for smallholder farmers to deliver climate smart information, and it was organized by the Federal Ministry of World Bank. This model that has been built, it can also be used by these farmers, and you just have to train the extension officer, just tell them the guidelines, the steps involved in actually getting the lands that are suitable for them, and they'll be able to make informed decision regarding this particular crop, regarding planting and all other things. Next slide, please.
So the impact and benefits of this research is that the economic impact is that it improves farmers' income. Next slide, please. It improves farmers' income. It increased agricultural productivity. It encourages sustainable land use. Land use such that sustainability has to do with using something now and ensuring that the next generation has that thing to be able to use. So ensure this particular research help in ensuring sustainable land use. And the another impact is the social impact. It empowers farmers with data-driven insights such that farmers will be pre-informed. They'll be able to know that, okay, this land, if I plant this so crop here, I'll be able to make this yield. It's not that at the end of the day, the land will be degraded and such that I will not be able to achieve what I wanted from the start. So that it's very important to help the farmers, to benefit them. So recommendations, yeah, this research, I've actually done a model and like a toolbox, but yeah, I've not gotten to my destination yet. Yeah, the recommendation for future research is to enhance this model. Now, I talked about the fact that there's only 5 major cash crops that this model can actually identify anywhere in Nigeria. Anywhere in Nigeria, this model was like a case study of Oyo State, or it can be used anywhere in Nigeria. One. Then secondly, I want to enhance this model such that I'm able to add other crops like tomato and other crops, such as you'll be able to query this particular toolbox and be able to get the suitability of this particular crop being planted there. Such that, okay, I will know that plot A, I can plant tomatoes, I can plant okra, I can plant other plants, other crops in that particular location. And also, another thing is that I was reading a journal, on an African journal, that talked about climate change affecting African countries in Nigeria, and it has affected some cassava in some places. The thing is that this climate change, it will make the land suitable for planting cassava. But once you plant the cassava, the heat it will ensure that virus start affecting this cassava. So we have to include all of these criteria there. Okay, if we plant this so thing in this so location, such that when it comes, it will affect these plants. We have to factor this. Okay, we cannot plant here. We have to plant in another location. So although it's not yet in Nigeria, yes, they said once the heat come, it will bring virus and it will increase the population of white flies, which is Benicia tobacco. But it has not gotten to Nigeria, although it has been predicted that in few years from now, it's going to get to Nigeria. So it will help Nigerians make proactive decisions instead of reactive decisions. Like instead of you to react to it when the problem is already at hand, you would have known the solution before the problem even starts to come. So these are the recommendations for my research. These are the references. Okay, please, next slide. Next slide. These are the recommendations. Next slide, the references. Okay, thank you. And last slide. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Deborah. This is so well thought out. Thank you. I see the comment section, everybody is saying nice presentation, well thought out, a solid presentation, that should be encouraged. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. For people who keep asking, would the slides be shared with you? Would the slides be shared with you? Well, these are like academic work. So these are people's ideas. And of course, you know what intellectual property means. So you're not necessarily going to be shared, it's not going to be shared with you. It's going to be, if it's published, when the research is ready and published, then you can go read them. So that way, there is no intellectual, theft or, anything as such. So yes, thank you so much for sharing once again, Deborah. I think there is a comment here, somebody who pointed out that I think it was a concern about, because of course, this is meant to challenge our thinking, right? So that's why I say you should just keep sharing your thoughts, what you think, but then also ensure that they are very, very, they are not ambiguous, right? You're directing them. I don't know, I can't really find that comment now. Okay, so I think I've seen that. No, I can't find that comment now. Okay, I've seen that comment from Samuel Elijah official. and our data collection in Nigeria is way below the acceptable world standard when it comes to comparative analysis between what is captured and what's not captured. So great, I hear you. Nice comments, but I need you to be specific. So if you're going to ask like Nigeria, you just like the research topics you've been hearing here, nobody is going to say like there's always going to be a case study, there's always going to be a particular objective, findings. It's always tailored to something. So be specific. I do not know where I don't know how to relate this, if it's Deborah's presentation or the presenter before Deborah, I can't tell. So please, if you're going to be sharing your critics, I want it to be specific. Critics are welcome. That is why we are here, but please ensure that they are specific. Thank you very much once again, Deborah. Right about now, we're going to be playing the video, 2 videos, before the last section of the abstract presentations. And before that, please, I'd like that Efosa Ekato stand by because you're next after the video presentation. Thank you. Please, technical team, please. Technical team, please. Do you have any challenge? Please let me know on the chat while we're waiting for you. Okay, thank you.
Listen, this is not just about artificial intelligence. This is about real intelligence. The kind that lives in our streets, in our farms, in our rivers. Because across Nigeria, climate change is not a story we read. It is a life we live. In Lagos State, water rises in places like Makoko, where homes stand on fragile hope and rising tides. In Borno State and Yobe States, the land grows dry, and farmers in places like Maiduguri watch the sky waiting. In Bayelsa States, communities like Yenagua feel the flood before the warning comes. This is not theory, this is reality. But here is the shift. What if the solution is built by us, by young Nigerians, who understand both the land and the language of technology? Imagine this. A young innovator in Osun State builds a simple AI tool that helps farmers know when rain will come. A student in Kano State creates a system that tracks heat levels and warns communities early. In Anambra State, youth design tools that monitor rising water, giving families time to move, time to prepare, time to survive. Because who understand Nigeria better than Nigerians? Who can teach machines the meaning of Harmattan winds, or the silence before the drought, or the warning signs of a coming flood? This is not just innovation, this is ownership. Ownership of our problems, ownership of our solutions, ownership of our future. Yes, the challenges are there. Power is unstable, resources are limited, support is not always enough. But still, we build, we code in the dark, we learn without limits, we create what we need. So, this is a call to believe in youths, to support local ideas, to understand that climate action must start from the ground, from the community. Because when young people build with purpose, artificial intelligence becomes more than technology. It becomes early warning, it becomes protection, it becomes hope. The climate is changing, but so are we. And this time, we are not waiting, we are building.
Climate change is no longer a distant warning. It is real, and it is happening now. Across communities, rising temperatures, drought, and unpredictable weather continue to affect lives and livelihoods. Farmers struggle as crop fail due to harsh environmental conditions and changing rainfall patterns. Flooding destroys homes, contaminates communities, and leaves many families displaced and vulnerable. As food production declines, hunger and food insecurity continue to rise, especially among vulnerable communities and developing nations. But there is hope. Through environmental action, tree planting, sustainable practices, and community participations, we can begin to restore our planet and protect our future. Sustainable agriculture is one of the important solutions to climate change. It helps preserve the environment while improving food security for present and future generations. Young people also have an important role to play. Through climate education, awareness campaigns, innovation, and responsible action, we can become leaders of positive environmental change. By working together, communities, organizations, farmers, and young leaders, we can build a healthier, safer, and more sustainable world. The future of our planet depends on the choices we make today. Climate action starts with us. I am Clement Omezafachi, founder of Agrodot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, technical team, for playing that video for us. I see the comment section buzzing. We have people who, are following, are grateful, are happy. Somebody said, the comments from the video, I believe, Nigerians understand, Samuel Elijah, Nigeria understands Nigeria better than machines. Very powerful statement. Thank you for that comment, Samuel Elijah. Yes, so Yusuf Adamusola born, you guys name do. How can local communities in Nigeria adapt to the increasing impacts of climate change, such as droughts, flooding, and desertation? I would like that you always maybe want to direct your question to a particular presenter. If we have time after this presentation, we could have them come on board if they are still here and maybe address your question. So please, when you're asking these questions, I'd like that you address it to a particular person so they get to see it, right? Because I do not know who to direct this question to. So please, Yusuf, if you can hear me, maybe you want to direct that question to a particular presenter. All right, so thank you so much. Right about now, we're in the last section for today, and we'll be inviting Efosa Ekato with the topic, a scoping review on the occupational health risks associated with climate change. All right, Ifosa, you have the floor now. Welcome.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes, I can. Thank you for joining.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ekato Efosa. Please, can you share my slides so I can? Okay. While it is being done, and I'm affiliated with the Edo State Hospitals Management.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Efosa. I hear from the technical team that your slide is not available. I do not know why, but are you able to present without your slides?
Okay, I'll just present without it regardless.
Thank you.
So,
Apologies.
good afternoon, everyone. And I'm affiliated with the Edo State Hospitals Management Agency here in Edo State. So I'll be presenting briefly on the topic, the occupational health risk associated with climate change. Ideally, I should have my slides, but probably there's a technical issue. So first thing, the climate change, we all know what climate change is, which is the shift in the weather pattern over a period of 10 years and above. And while in most cases, people often look at the environmental impact, the impact on wildlife and things like that, but there's barely much attention given to the human impact of this climate change. And in this regards, one will look at the occupational impact. That's does climate change impact workforce all around the globe? So we know what occupational health risks are. Occupational health risks are basically those hazards that are incurred as a result of the nature of work that we do. Based on international estimates, it's known that globally the global temperature is rising by has risen by at least 1.1 degrees higher than the pre-industrial level. What that means is that when we compare the temperature of the world today, it is plus 1.1 degrees Celsius compared to the period before the Industrial Revolution. And the impact of this climate change, of this global warming, is that it's going to affect workers, that's people that are the driving agents of change in multiple economies. So my aim for the study, as I said before, is first of all to determine the occupational health hazards or the occupational health risk associated with climate change. And these other specific objectives include to also determine what are those specific occupational factors that may also promote these impacts of climate change on our health risk at workplace. Finally, the last objective was to determine what strategies are currently in place in our work settings that can help us mitigate these occupational health hazards. So I used a scoping review methodology, which was designed based on the PRISMA SCRO guideline. The PRISMA SCRO guideline, PRISMA essentially means the preferred reporting item for systematic review. SCRO is the extension for scoping review. So I searched for relevant per-published research work from 4 academic databases, which were PubMed, Google Scholar, Agile, that's academic journals online, and Science Direct. My inclusion criteria were population, which was, as we know, workers, because our studies deals with occupational health risk, while the exposure was climate change. The outcome was the occupational health risk. And I limited my search to studies published between 2020 and 2024, and those studies that were published in English language. English language essentially, so that I will not have to struggle with translation difficulties. The exclusion criteria, I excluded preprint studies, that's those studies that were not yet pair published because they might have some data and interpretation issue. I also excluded those studies that were not published in English. So I use Zotero Reference Manager as my data management tool. The Zotero Reference Manager is essentially a free tool that allows systematic reviewers, copy reviewers, or even umbrella reviewers, if there's anything like that, to perform evidence synthesis. Then the data analysis, I analyze the data thematically. So after using this combination of this search strategy, I was able to identify about 2,000 articles from the 4 databases that I searched. When I removed the duplicates, I screened these articles and assessed them against all my set of eligibility criteria. I found out that from year 2020 to 2024, from these 4 databases, about 52 studies are focused on the occupational health risk associated with climate change. And the findings of those particular research, that's what I'll be discussing briefly now. So I found out that the major occupational health hazards associated with climate change was injury and accident at workplace. Injury in the sense that when the environment is hot, or let me use the word hot, when the environment is hot or is higher than the usual temperature you are used to, you find that you have the zeal at work to work faster. And in the process of working faster, you might be more prone to experiencing falls and other kinds of injuries. Furthermore, the other occupational health risks that the included studies were able to identify were excessive sweating. Definitely with increasing temperature, you are very likely to sweat more profusely. Also thirst, thirst, definitely you want to take in more water. So you definitely have a sensation of thirst. You also get tired more easily. You are sweating profusely, you have every tendency to get tired. Cramps, headache, nausea, vomiting, fainting, prickly heat, exhaustion, and collapse were other symptoms that this climate change caused. Moreover, I also found that among those workers that were already having ill health, this climate change, or rather global warming, has the potential to aggravate those their condition. So in an instance where probably someone was already having, say, a fever, for example, before coming to the workplace, when combined with the excessive nature of the, let me use the warm nature of the workspace, that fever is likely to aggravate more. So moreover, the factors, I was able to identify factors that are associated with these occupational health hazards, and I grouped them into three categories. The very first one was social demographic factors, which essentially included age. Age, I found that the younger workers in workplace are more likely to experience the hazards of these climate change consequences, probably because these younger workers, they are new to the job and they do not have enough coping mechanism or coping strategies in place for them to adjust to these climate change consequences. In addition, sex was also there. Although the studies revealed variable outcomes in terms of sex, some studies said that males were more prone to have the hazards. Some studies said that females were more prone to hazards. So the impact of sex was basically linked to the specific type of occupation. For instance, we know that construction work and mining is a predominantly male-dominated occupation. So the males in this field, they were having more impact compared to the few females that were in that field. Further, other ones included the living condition and education. Definitely, if the way the workplace is arranged, let me know the word arranged, of the way the workplace is, the way it is, it can impact how the climate change can affect the workers. Furthermore, the other group of factors were occupation type factors. Under occupation type factors, I was able to identify 4 major occupations that can face the greatest hazards associated with climate change. The first one was farming. Farming essentially because farming is an outdoor occupation. So people, in other words, you don't do farming indoors, except you can do farming indoors, but if you really want a commercial farming per se, you cannot do it indoors. So farming is essentially an outdoor activity. So these farmers are prone to sun, the hazard of facing direct sun, and most of them they don't have protective gears to protect them from the scorching of the sun and the warmness of the environment. Similarly, another occupation was construction workers. Construction workers is a very strenuous work per se. So these workers are also outdoor workers. And miners also, they are also there, those people that have to work underground. So you can find that the major occupational health hazards associated with climate change affect those people that work in outdoor settings. In addition, there was one last occupation here, which is healthcare workers. Although healthcare workers are basically, they basically work indoors, but the demanding nature of their work and the fact that they have to be on their personal protective apparatus or apparel, that things like the world code, the lab code, the safety, the goggles and things like that, the consequence of the warming of the earth will be more felt among them because they are also, by the nature of their clothing, they are also prone to heat. We also have the work-related factors. These include the increased physical and psychological job demand. As I explained before, the more your work is demanding on you, the more the impact of climate change can affect you. So finally, the last slide talked about the strategies for reducing the impact of climate change on. So on the case of strategy, I grouped it into 2 strategies. The first one involved the personal level interventions, and the second one involved the organizational/governmental level interventions. So in case of the personal level interventions, what can we as workers do? The very first thing that we as workers can do is to drink water. There is a saying that water saves life, and that saying is not just a saying out of the bliss, or it's not just a saying that we should ignore. Water saves life, so we must drink water as much as we can. Just stay hydrated. That's the watchword. You can stay hydrated by taking water bottles to school, to schools, to work, to anywhere that you are going to be far away from your home. The other one is by wearing of hats, using of umbrellas. This is particularly the case of farmers. These farmers, they walk outdoor by wearing we are trapping our body. Also, we have clothing remover. Yes, by clothing remover, you can either remove your clothes partially, although normally you are not expected to remove your clothes all through when you are in work setting, but at least you should wear light clothing that air can pass through. In the case of organizational interventions, the very first one is the need to value workers' health over job productivity. Organizations should know that
Hi, Bunta, you have 2 minutes to go.
Thank you. Organizations should know that the safety of their workers is paramount. So organizations should ensure that the amount of work that they are giving to their workers, it matches. So we should not overlabor our workers or people that are working under us. Similarly, changing work patterns and training workers. Yes, you must train workers about occupational health risk so that they can be able to protect themselves properly. In addition, government enforcement of workplace safety procedures. So the government should make sure that the procedures that in the national guidelines are well adhered to at workplace. So in conclusion, this scoping review have reviewed the extent of available evidence on the occupational health risk associated with climate change. Climate change significantly exacerbates occupational health risk, particularly for vulnerable workers. While mitigation strategies exist, their effectiveness depends on integrated efforts across individual, organizational, and governmental level. The onus is now on all concerned actors to use the information provided to improve the occupational health and safety of workers around the globe. My recommendations are, governments have already provided my list of recommendations. So for the sake of time, I will really not dwell on that. So my references as presented, and thank you all for having me, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Efosa, for that wonderful presentation. The comment section is buzzing. You're being acknowledged. Well presented. Well, good presentation, I guess that's what the person means. Constantly good presentation. There's a question from Yusuf. I'm not asking that you answer because of time, but just take note of that question.
Okay.
I want to look into it, for your research work. What role can youth-led initiative play in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030? I don't know if that relates to your topic, but if it does, you might want to check. There's a particular question from somebody. I don't know if I missed that now. Somebody asked, "Good day, Mr. Presenter. Is this possible to minimize climate change within a short period of time?" As I said, just take these questions with you as somebody else added, William Theo. Please, I think you should use the UNFCCC definition of climate change, which is the climate change in average weather conditions over a period of 25 to 30 years. 10 years fall below the limit. That is their thoughts. So please take note of that as well. Somebody else comments, "Thank you so much for this. I've always felt like our political class is not serious about reaching the indigenous community." Yes, so thank you. I think this is what I want you guys to do. Please continue. I want specific questions, I want specific comments, and not something very ambiguous, that we can't trace to anybody. All right, thank you so much, Efosa, once again. Do we have Bello? Sorry, let me confirm that name quickly. Do we have Bello Amusat on the call? After Bello Afusat, let's forgive Bello Afusat. And I think Bello has been called, but I can't trace this name from my chat to the one I have on my list. But if Bello Afusat is not available, please let's forgive Shakina Eliako. Okay, she has pleaded once again due to her the travel constraints. So please, Shakina, you have 7 minutes. I'm timing you 7 minutes to present.
Thank you so much, Ifrit Naima. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So once again, everybody, my name is Asekine Eliakut Ibrahim. I'm a nutrition and dietetics. I'm actually a dietitian and I'm a public health activist. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, for the introduction, we have growing demand for sustainable economics driven by digital transformation, data system and digital infrastructure, strengthened environmental resilience, productivity, and inclusion. And we also have climate data, smart infrastructure, and digital access are key pillars of sustainability. Next slide. So my objective goes as follows. To examine how digital transformation shapes sustainable economic growth, to explore climate data and smart infrastructure applications across the sectors that we have. So to also highlight digital inclusion and governance challenges. Next slide. Okay, these are actually the method I was able to pull out to study design, qualitative narrative review, evidence. Okay, and the evidence sources are peer-reviewed literature, policy frameworks, institutional reports. Maybe these institutional reports, I meant like reports from each and every institutions and case studies. Analytical focus on climate data system, smart infrastructure, digital inclusion, and governance models. The cross-sector synthetics covering sustainability, public health, technology, urban development, and energy. So our strength here is actually multidisciplinary perspective, while the limitation, no formal quantitative or meta analysis. Next slide. And the results here are climate data we actually ensures that climate data enables evidence-based mitigation and adapting planning or adaptation planning. Smart infrastructure improves efficiency in energy, transportation, and urban systems. The digital technology strengthened monitoring, productivity, and resilience. The digital inequalities limit equitable participation in low and middle income setting. I would like to be so broad on this result. This climate data to enable evidence-based mitigation. What I meant here is I actually bring it in the source of monitoring, evaluation, and research learning, where we research, we make more data, we bring out more data that will actually speak for us, giving us evidence base. Just as from M&E, we also always say things that are not documented are not done. So also smart infrastructure, which will actually improve efficiency in the energy that it gives. So next slide. I think that's all. Okay. So here are our discussion points. The digital innovations should actually align with sustainability priorities. We should have targeted investments, capacity buildings, maybe it could be in the form of workshop, seminars, and what have you, and inclusive policies, which are actually essential. Strong governance, framework, and ensure data quality. Ethics and security. So infrastructure deployment alone does not guarantee inclusion. Next slide. So in conclusion, data systems and digital infrastructures are drivers of sustainable and inclusive economies. digital inclusion, and responsible innovation. Quote me, responsible innovation strengthens resilience and long-term growth. Policy priorities should emphasize access, governance, and infrastructure development. Thank you very much. I think this is the end of my slide. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shakina, for that wonderful presentation as well. Because we have very short time, we're just going to be moving straight to the next section, the next presenter. Still going to read through your comments, but let's just move quickly so we're able to close at 2 p.m. on the dot. So we have Abdusalim, Abdul Hakim. Enforcer's slide was empty. I got that feedback from the technical team. That's why we're unable to share. So also Abdusalim, Abdul Hakim, I hear your slides are nothing's inside. I don't know if it's from our end or yours, but I'm just letting you know. So are you here, Abdusalam, Abdul Hakim?
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon.
Yes,
Please
maybe,
go ahead.
okay, can I present the slide from my end? Like, can I share my screen?
I don't think you're able to share your screen from your end, but I'll also check in with them to see if there's progress on your end. But you can go ahead because there's no time, so please go ahead while I sort that out. Thank you.
Okay. But I think you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abdul Hakim Abdusalam. I'm a fifth-year medical student at Manapudi University, Sokoto. So I'm going to be presenting on our research, climate change, health resilience, and antimicrobial resistance. So in this research, we are trying to link three things: climate change, the health system fragility, and antimicrobial resistance. So we think climate change can disrupt infrastructure and it can displace population, and also it can overburden health system. And when this happens, this can now affect and our health system make it fragile, especially in the low and middle income countries. Then these can now like make antimicrobial resistance proliferate, like more issue. So it can make resistant pathogen proliferate and treatment option to shrink and outbreak worsen. So all starting from the climate change. So this is the problem. Then the aim and the method. So the aim was to synthesize evidence on climate-driven stressors and AMR proliferation, and then assess how climate change undermines the health system resilience using the WHO building block and One Health framework. So these are our data sources, framework used, and the analytical approach. So now, the climate change impact on health systems. So using the WHO building block and the impact, which in the next column, and the chronic stressor impact. So in terms of service delivery, so now when there is like, because of the issue of like climate change, so the treatment, the healthcare workforce, the medical product, the financing, and the information system are all affected. So if you look at the column of the acute shock impact, so this like it's showing the different problems that can arise from these different areas. Then the chronic stressor impact also, meaning that, okay, when all this happen, the immediate effect and also the effects that happen later on. Then now the climate-driven proliferation in antimicrobial resistance gene. It's from our study, we have it that thermal effects can cause increased plasmid conjugation rate up to 30 to 50%. And also flooding, so water So after flooding, so we have like clinically significant, what do you call it, health challenges. So then the soil and ocean also, there's also a rise in biodiversity and also the same thing in drought. So all these climate challenges can actually impact or increase antimicrobial resistance gene, what do you call it, ability, like it makes them more resilient, it makes them towards proliferate, and it's a very big problem. So this is a self-reinforcing feedback loop that occur. So from the extreme weather to the healthcare system disruption to the inappropriate antimicrobial use to antimicrobial resistance gene proliferation, and of course leading to a weakened response capacity. So now, from the aim of the study, now the proposed integrated risk mitigation framework. Now, the first thing we have here is the climate resilient infrastructure. So we have, if we have like wastewater treatment upgrade, backup power for cold chain, that's in terms of infrastructure, and also integrated surveillance. So where we can have real-time climate sensitive disease alert and not working on existing or like previous data that might not actually translate to what is currently happening due to the rising climate change. Then antimicrobial stewardship, which is like sectoral collaboration and protocol to prevent climate disasters, and also diagnostic tool for extreme weather events. Then the One Health governance, where everyone is actually involved in One Health. So it is an embedded AMR. So embedding AMR in National Climate Action Plan and a cross-sectoral policy coordination, and also climate financing for AMR surveillance. Because if AMR like surveillance can be very, very effective, then we can know when climate impact is just before it happens. So it can quickly be noticed. So the key findings from our study. So number one is the climate shock, degrade all six WHO health system, and also rising temperature can increase plasmid conjugation rates by 30 to 50%, like I mentioned earlier, hence accelerating the resistant gene transfer. Then flooding will distribute air into drinking water, then causing where 65% of post-flood sample contain resistant Escherichia coli. Then climate disaster drive inappropriate antimicrobial use, e.g., we have up to 89% empiric prescribing post-hurricane. Now, so in places like in our settings where the use of antibiotics and antimicrobial generally are not very regulated. So when there is more disease due to climate change, then people tend to abuse more antimicrobials and antibiotics generally. So it can increasing the antibiotic resistance, what we call it, issue. Then the last one, which is the low and middle income countries, bear a disproportionate risk, where 70% of healthcare wastewater enter the environment untreated. So these are our conclusion and recommendation that climate change is not just an environmental issue, it is a fundamental driver of health system failure and microbial evolution. And AMR should be classified as a climate sensitive health risk. And the policy recommendation is to classify AMR as a climate sensitive health risk issue, integrate the AMR, invest in climate resilient healthcare infrastructure and wastewater treatment, and also update medical education curricula. These are some selected references. We actually have more references in the published paper. It was published recently. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abdul Karim, for that wonderful session. The comments session is buzzing as usual. It says brilliant presentation, beautiful presentation, very good analytical. Great presentation, good topic. Yes, I do not miss it up. So well done. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us, and I hope you develop that work further. Okay, so I'm going to be calling the next presenter, Ahmad Salisu. Are you on the call? Please say hello. I see you, Hafizat, but I just want to ensure that these presenters are around, then you come on board, yeah. So Ahmad Salisu, I don't see you here on the call. Do we have Azubike Mwebu? Do we have Obeyemi Jamil?
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, good
Good
afternoon,
afternoon.
Obeyemi.
Yes, ma'am.
Just hold on while I confirm the last presenter on my list. Do we have Habib Darani Joe?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm here.
Okay, so we're going to go in this order. We're going to have Obeyemi Jamil present, Habib Darani, sorry about that, Darani Joe present, then we'd have you, Hafizat, because of, we had missed you and called you again. So let's have both of them present before you come on board. So I'll be calling on Obeyemi Jamil with the topic Digital Preservation of Yoruba Indigenous Medicine, Knowledge for Youth, Green Employment and Sustainable Development Goals 3, 4, 8, and 9 in Southwest Nigeria. Please, Obeyemi, you have just 7 minutes. You can shorten it, please. Thank you. Very quickly. Thank you very
Good afternoon. Please, can you share my slide, ma'am? So that
Yes,
I
so,
can
the
go quickly
technical
on that.
team, you can go ahead while they work on that, I think.
Good afternoon. My name is Jami Opayemishiki. I'm currently a PhD student from University of Ilorin. This afternoon, I want to present my title, Digital Preservation. Digital Preservation of Yoruba Indigenous Medicine Knowledge for Youth Growing Employment and Sustainable Development Goals 3, 4, 8, and 9 in Southwest Nigeria. And if you look at the title, it goes in line with some titles, that is digital preservation, sustainable development goals, and Yoruba indigenous medicine knowledge, and youth green employments. And there's one Yoruba adage: when an old man died, the library is born. This leads us to digital preservation of this knowledge. And this digital preservation of this knowledge says that when you say digital preservation, it has to do with the documentation or systematic documentation of knowledge, the storage of knowledge, and dissemination of knowledge through digital platform to ensure long-term accessibility and usabilities. And when you look at the indigenous medicine knowledge, it's being coined out from indigenous knowledge system because indigenous knowledge system is being operates within the indigenous people in the society, and the knowledge is being transmitted oral transmission through apprentice and through community-based learning structures. And this need for us to document this knowledge down. And when we are talking about indigenous medicine knowledge, this is as a result of skills, knowledge that we use in treating an ailment in our body systems. And when we look at these sustainable development goals, these are the 17 goals of United Nations being propounded, that was 2015, in order to tackle some areas. And this title have to reflect in SDG 3 and SDG 4, SDG 8, and SDG 11. That 3 is good health and well-being. SDG 4 has to do with quality education. SDG 9 has to do with SDG 8 has to do with decent work and economic growth, and that of 9 has to do with industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And when you look at the theme of this conference, it's something that have to work into the youth empowerment, because this digital medicine knowledge, we want to use as a youth green employment for youth in Southwest Nigeria for people to understand. And the methodology used in carry out this research is a qualitative method approach used in carry out research, which means the result is being sent to about 420 respondents in Southwest Nigeria, and the data was collected and analyzed using the frequent descriptive analysis. Am I audible? Please, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Okay. And based on this topic, and being collected through those areas, and this knowledge is going to be significant to some people, that is traditional healer, the youth,
Hi,
the
Jamil.
community.
Can we have
Yes.
your video on? Because our participants are unable to connect because they can't see anything. Your slides are not available because it's also blank on our end. So if you can share it on your end, that's fine. But they're asking that there's nothing, they're not seeing anything on the screen. So please, if you want to switch on your video, that would really be nice. Thank you.
Have you seen the slide now? I've
Yes,
shared the
yes,
slide.
yeah, yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
And this is one of the way this study going to be significant to this study, to the participants in terms of traditional healer, the researchers, the community, the health educators, the students, the teachers, and the youth, and the policymakers. And this is what the research going to be significant into. And next, sorry. And I've talked about the methodology, and the research instruments is the research questions that is of 3 types in gathering this information and being followed by through the ethical consideration and the analysis techniques of the work. And the result of this findings shows that because I have 3 research questions, the research questions that goes in line with this work, I have 3 research questions on this work because the first research questions has to go in line with let me show. I'm sorry. After the research question, let me go to the results. If I can, I think I can show that from that results. The first question is that what is the level of the green skill acquisition among the youth for this indigenous medicine knowledge? And the results shows that high level of digital skills acquisition with this knowledge based on the result being gets on that. And the second research question has to go at what is the level of the youth on green employment skills, employment opportunity associated with this digital indigenous knowledge platforms. And the result shows that the 4.5 of result of I go into this, and people are aligned, with the results, and shows that digital transformation enhance innovation, productivities, and employment opportunities. And the third, excuse me, sorry. And the third research questions go as I'm sorry, let me show. What is the level of youth green employment opportunity? I think that was the third research question. And my second one is what is the level of green
You have
skills?
2 minutes more. Thank
Okay, no problem. Okay. And the last thing, going to the discussion of this work. And this study concluded that digital preservation of Yoruba digital medicine knowledge through accessible online repository significantly contribute to youth development in 3 areas. 1, enhancing access to indigenous knowledge, promoting green skills acquisition, and creating sustainable employment opportunity for the youths. And recommendation for this study go in line that strengthening digital infrastructures, that is, government and stakeholders should invest in expanding internet access and improve digital infrastructure to enhance continuity of this work. Secondly, promote digital knowledge platforms. That is, educational institutions and cultural organizations should develop and support more user-friendly digital repository to enhance this digital medicine knowledge and environmental knowledge. And lastly, you have to integrate this into entrepreneurship education. That is, the curriculum developers to incorporate this digital knowledge into our system and youth engagement program to also be working through workshop, training, and awareness of this program to the youths. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jamil, for your wonderful presentation. There are a couple of comments on on our YouTube platform comment section, and a couple of questions as well, which I think it's also a very important questions directed to all presenters. I'll just take like 3 questions on the comment section. One is, how can developing countries address the dual challenge of climate change and antibiotic resistance? That's one question. The next one would be, so for the person asking for fellowship and internship and grants, mentorship opportunities available for participants interested in climate action and sustainability. One thing I know about is the YOMA platform. One of the presenters shared that was an opportunity he shared. I don't know if you were listening at the time, but yes, there are opportunities on the YOMA platform, climate related. Just download the app YOMA, YOMA. Think it's a partnership with UNICEF, and you see so many green opportunities. So please go ahead and download that. Then also you can connect with the presenters. The bio of the presenters are in the event resource folder. Participants can connect with them there. Remember the QR code my co-moderator asked you to scan at the beginning of the section. Please go ahead. When you scan it, you can connect with these presenters and direct your questions to them, your criticisms and every other thing that you might have. Another question I would like to take before we move to the next presenter is, somebody will ask what responsibility do citizens have in reducing the effects of climate change in our country? Citizens have responsibilities. Think about where you live. Think about eating. Let's start from the very little things. When you eat and you throw it out of the bus, throw it on the way, plastic pollution, you take your soda and you flip the bottle. These are happening, like it's happening every single minute, at least for me in Lagos, Nigeria. I do not know where you're currently based, but let's start from the little things, right? From dumping waste in gutters and, just the way we manage waste. There are little things we can do in our environments to, help eradicate these challenges. So this is my answer, but I'm also throwing it to every other presenter in the house. As I said, you can connect with them by scanning the QR code and checking that resource bank, resource folder, resource bank. All right, so right about now, we're going to move quickly to the last presenter for today. We have Habib Daranijo with the topic Digital Media as a Catalyst for Climate Action, Rethinking Communication Strategies for Environmental Sustainability in the Age of Emerging Technologies. Please, you have the floor now. You have 7 minutes or even less. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Habib Daranijo. I'm a lecturer from Kwara State University. So I'm so glad to be here today. I'm speaking with you. Like other people have been advocating for, and they have been saying since morning. So I don't need to do much of introduction since my slide contain most of it. Please, can you move to the next slide? So 97% of people, let me begin with the number, because 97%, that is the level of scientific consensus on anthropogenic climate change according to IPCC 2023 synthesis report. We are not actually arguing about whether the climate crisis is real, but that debate is actually settled. Why the 55%, that is Nigerian current internet penetration rate, more than half of our population is now connected, a number that is growing by the day. So less than that 5%, that is the population of global climate media coverage in which African voices appear. So according to African Climate Foundation, despite being among the most climate vulnerable region on Earth, facing floods in Lagos, desertification in North, food insecurity across the Middle Belt, Africa is largely absent from the global conversation about its own crisis. These three numbers frame the central tension of my research. We are scientifically consensus. We have rapidly expanding digital infrastructure, and yet the community most at risk are still the least represented in the digital climate discourse that is shaping the policy, mobilizing resources, and driving action. For example, in Nigeria specifically, social media is overwhelmingly dominated by WhatsApp, which is used by 98.8% of the respondents in this study, and Facebook by 89.4%. These are not just entertainment platforms. They are the primary channel through which millions of Nigerians receive, share, and make sense of information, including environmental information. The question my research is asking is, are we using the channel effectively for climate action? And if not, why not? And what should we do differently? So those are the questions that my research is actually asking. So, and then my analysis is actually grounded on three communication theory, which interlocking the lenses. The first is about the agenda setting theory that's actually proposed by Malcolms and Shaws. And the second one is Abman's concept of digital public sphere, which the idea is that the online spaces can enable citizens to deliberate on matter of public concern and hold power accountable, like we are using Twitter to do. And thirdly, the echo communication theory, which is developed by scholars including Kos and Asen. This theory actually insists that the communication about the environment is never ideological, neutral. It is always reflects value, power, and cultural identity. Please, can you move to the methodology? Thank you very much. So the study employs a mixed method research design, which is combining a quantitative survey with a qualitative content analysis to provide both breadth and the depth of the insight. For the quantitative components, I administered a structured questionnaire to a sample of 300 respondents, drawing through stratified random sampling from two groups. And for the qualitative part of it, I collected and analyzed 485 social media posts from Facebook, WhatsApp groups, and Twitter hashtag to which is associated with Nigerian environmental discourse. These posts were drawn from a 6 period, January to 2024, analyzed using NVivo 12 software. Intercoder reliability was established as a Cohen kappa of 0.82, indicating that there's a substantial agreement. So what are the key findings? So let me now turn to the findings. From the beginning with the platform usage and climate content exposure. As you can see on the bar chart, you can move to the findings, please. Yes. As you can see on the bar chart, what WhatsApp lead platform usage at 96.8%, followed closely by Facebook at 89.4%, Instagram at 71.7%, and Twitter at 48.8%. Crucially, WhatsApp also dominates daily usage, with 91.5% of responding using it every day. This tell us something very important about architecture of information in Nigeria digital life. WhatsApp is not just popular, it is the primary nervous system of peer-to-peer communication. Turning to climate content exposure, representing in the donut charts on the right hand, 67.2% of the respondents encounter climate-related content on social media, at least weekly, 34.3% encountering it daily. This is an encouraging figure. It suggests that climate information is circulating in Nigeria digital space. However, However, the source of that content matter enormously. 82.3% of the respondents cited news organization as a primary source, followed by the environmental NGOs at 56.9%. Government agency appear at the bottom of the list, cited by the only 30.7% of the respondents. A striking finding that I will return to the recommendation section. So the correlation analysis reveals strongly and statistically significant relation between the social media used for environmental information and three key outcome variables. The correlation between social media use and climate knowledge was 0.4 equivalent, significant at 0.1 level. In plain terms, it means respondents who regularly use social media to seek out environmental information knew significantly more about climate change than those who did not. Also, this tells us that what people feel and believe about the environment is stronger driver of action than what they know about it. That is the findings with profound implication for how we design climate communication. And at content analysis level, the content analysis of 485 social media posts actually show that. You can move to the next slide, sir. It actually show that climate impact narrative constitutes the largest category of posts at 32.4%, followed by posts discussing digital strategy for climate communication, content related to deforestation and charcoal use 18.8%, and misinformation and counter narrative at 14.3%. The presence of climate misinformation as a distinct category represents more than 1 in 7 posts, which underscore the contested nature of climate discourse in Nigerian media states. But the most actionable findings are in the engagement data. Local frame posts, content that connected climate change to recognizable Nigerian environment, communities, experience generated twice the likely of global frame content, an average of 142 likes compared to 78 posts incorporating visual content. Conclusively,
2 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We are leaving enormous communicative potential on the table by defaulting to English language, globally climate content when our audience respond far more powerful to local voice, local story, and the likes. At recommendation level, you can move to the recommendations, sir. So drawing from the both theoretical framework and empirical evidence, I've just said that I'm proposing that the digital eco communication framework as a practical and a theoretical grounded model for climate communication in Africa digital context. First, the first is platform strategy. Different platforms demand different content. Short, visually compare video for TikTok and Instagram. Long form educational content for YouTube. Community group discussion for WhatsApp and Facebook. Real-time hashtag advocacy for X. Effective climate communicator must become platform literate and not platform agnostics. So on policy and practice recommendation, the findings of this study carry concrete implication of 4 groups of stakeholders. For government and regulator, Nigeria needs a coherent digital climate communication policy. This means requiring social media platforms to label climate misinformation, investigating digital infrastructure that reaches rural community, and funding official climate campaign that speak in Nigerian voices, Nigerian languages, and Nigerian context, not imported global template. For media organization, newsroom should establish dedicated environment reporting desk staffed by journalists who understand both digital media landscape and the science of climate change professional bodies. The Nigerian Union of Journalists, the Africa Media Initiative must lead specific training, and given the persistent urban-rural digital divide, we must develop radio digital hybrid model that integrates social media distribution with community radio broadcasting. Ladies and gentlemen, let me close this by saying that first, the future of climate communication is inseparable digital. Practitioners, institutions, and government that are not fluent in digital media tools, platforms, and analytics are not prepared for communicative demand of the climate crisis. This is not a matter of preference. It is a professional and civic imperative. Algorithm power is one of the most important and most underrated forces shaping African public know, belief, and feel about climate change. If any climate communication strategy must engage critically with the political economy and digital platform. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Habib, for your wonderful presentation. Somebody is calling you a data guru. I don't know. I think I'm the one that says the data guru, but they mean data guru. I was just looking for their comments, but it's been swallowed. Oh yeah, Theme
Thank you
Bright
very
said,
much.
I'm sure the presenter is a data analyst because all these analysis I'm seeing, it's fire.
Thank you very
So
much.
well
I really
done,
appreciate
well done, well done. All right, so we have the last and everybody who is asking when is it ending and all of that. I really understand. We are so sorry this, took over time, like we went over time. Apologies. But this is the last presenter, and after this, we're taking the announcement and then the closing remarks, and we are done for today. So thank you so much for being here since 10, approximately 9:30, 10 o'clock a.m. All right, so right now, Hafisat Omodosalo, Bello, you have the floor now. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Afisa Tomodasala from the Department of Geography and Environmental Management, University of Ilorin, Nigeria. I would like to begin my own discussion with a simple question. And the question is, what happens when blood stops flowing through the human body? Can anybody answer me? I will expect your question, your response on the chat. What happens when blood stops flowing through the human body? My own answer is organs begins to fail. Now think of our city. The road that we pass through, these are the arteries that transport, like the blood transports everything in our body system. The road are the arteries that are transporting in our roads from one place to another. And when this road stops working, what we experience is the economic, the cities and everything becomes very inactive. So my presentation today explores how GeoAI help African cities keep moving in the face of climate change, strengthening not just the transport, but the economic resilience and governance. Please move to slide 2. Slide 2, please. Slide 2. Can you hear me? Yes. Very good. Now, the next thing we're going to be talking about is why climate matters. Africa, climate change continually faces intensifying flooding, extreme heat, and coastal surge. And all these things put together a more pressure on our transport workers and infrastructure. But this is not just merely about this is not merely about transport problems. It affects students. I've seen cases where students miss the examination because of the challenges of climate change that affects the transportation system. I've seen workers arrested to I've seen businesses losing their customers. I've seen emergency cases that cannot be reached because of the disruption. In other words, when we are talking about mobility disruption, economic, all these things put together all affect economic activities. Please go to slide 3. Slide 3, please. Slide 3. Can you hear me? Yes, thank you. If you look at Nigeria as a country, we are the giant of Africa. We have most things, but the problem is we have all this information. Nigeria has direct access to satellite imagery, we have climate data, we have geospatial analytics, and we have artificial intelligence. But the major challenge we are facing right now is that all these things stay on their own while governance stay on their own, and we need incorporation. We need to put all of these things together. All this information that we have, we should integrate it directly into our governance. Then this is what my own contribution on climate and the effects us to dwell on. Please move to the next slide. Move to the next slide, please. So most of the time in Nigeria or across Africa generally, we wait for things to happen. We wait for the flood, we wait for the temperature to erode our roads, we wait for the coastal surge before we put in our actions. These are what we call inactiveness. We need to be proactive. We need to do things before all these climatic effects take effect on us. And by doing this brings us to what we call GeoAI. We need to introduce GeoAI into our data, into our governance, and this will bridge the gap. This study proposes, please move to the next slide. It talks about how we respond to climate disasters. The questions we should ask ourselves is, how do we anticipate climate risk before they become disasters? We need to look into this very well. And the objective is to move us from being a recovery country or nation to a resilience one. We need to be more resilient as an African country. And these things, we'll talk about it further. Then we should move from emerging response to proactive planning, from reacting to climate shocks to preparing for them. These things are not waiting for us. The population increase, the deforestation, every of human activity is actually affecting our climate. And we have little or no control over it. And the only thing we can do is to get ready for their side effects before they happen to us. So GeoAI, this is the combination of, before I dwell further, let me quickly tell us what GeoAI is about. It's a combination of the satellite observations, climate information, transport networks, and the predictive analysis. Let's think of GeoAI as a medical doctor here. Like our doctor will see us, they'll give us, before things go out of hand, they don't wait for their patient to collapse before they give suggestions. Exactly like that, the GeoAI will give predictions, it will give suggestions, so that before all our infrastructures collapse, all these things are already prepared for. And this is the bone of contention of this study. Instead of waiting for everything to collapse before we act, GeoAI will do a lot for us. And what I'm saying right now is not from my imagination. I'm not just imagining things. These are things, please go to the next slide, that other countries have put in place, they are using, and they are getting better. So we have global leaders in this situation. We have countries like Singapore, and you can, because of the time limit, you can see the examples of areas where they have used GeoAI to make things easier and better for themselves. We have countries like Netherlands, we have countries like South Africa, South Korea, and in Africa, we also have some emerging countries that are also trying to put this into place. We have countries like Nairobi, Kenya, Nairobi, we have South Africa, Cape Town, already using GeoAI, making things better for themselves. So we also need to be proactive and improve. Now, please go to the next slide. So to my own addition to all of this, the framework for this study are in 4 layers. Please go to the next slide. Are in 4 layers. These layers are showing us what we can do or put together to make GeoAI effective for us as a nation. So we have, the first one is to collect data together and see areas where they have the chances of being prone to environmental hazards. These environmental hazards differ from location to location. Some sites are lucky, they don't easily get exposed. But if you look at places like Lagos, for example, when we think of flood in Nigeria, Lagos, we can think of the Niger Delta areas, all these places, unlike places, Abuja is more prone to heat. And as we go further north, all these places are prone to heat and is exposing our road. And that is why the government keep reactivating the road and it keeps spoiling. We need to do better. We need to find the solution, the problems underneath, and not just solution. We need to find the core problems. What is going on in reality? Then when we put a stop to that, then I think things are going to get better. So these are the 4 layers that I suggested, that if we take them one after the other and we embed them into governance, then policymakers, urban planners, and everybody can put heads together to put things in place. And we'll move from a situation of, please move to the next slide, please. I'm trying to rush everything so that because of the time limitation, please move to the next slide. So we're going to move from a place of intelligence to stability. Nigeria is blessed. We have everything in place. We have the intelligence, we have the human resources. What we lack is the governance to incorporate all these human resources, all the natural resources together, combine them and bring something solid out of everything we have. So this is the cycle that connects everything. After collecting the data, we do the risk analysis, we do the infrastructural prioritization, we put it into our budgeting, we monitor everything together, then we get our superb feedback. And this, at the end of everything, when everything is put together, we have a balanced economic resilience. Please move to the next slide. So how is this, everything I've said, how is it relevant to policy? How is it relevant to policy? Number one, in anticipation, we have anticipatory planning. We have smart budgeting. We just don't waste money unnecessarily. When we know what the problem is, my people will say a problem solved, a problem known is half solved. When we know the basis of the problems, then I think then we know the exact thing we are doing. And this thing is, there's scalability in all of this. Like I've given an example, we have places that are already putting all these things into use. So we should not be backward. We are the giants of Africa and we can do better. So if African cities can remain productive, if we want to be competitive, we want to be relevant in changing this climate we are all clamoring for, then we need to begin treating the climate intelligence as a core part of our governance, because protecting transport system is not just about protecting roads, it is protecting our livelihoods, protecting our economic continuity, and to protecting the future of African cities. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for listening. Bye for now. If you have questions, I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Hafizat. I enjoyed your session so much. And I think people on the comments did as well. You know, Geo AI is something that I'm like, okay, I'm quite interested in reading more on that research work. Somebody said this is one of the best presentations today. You know, I agree with you when you said we have all of the resources, even the human resources, don't they always disagree? It's just the governance to put enhance these things. So thank you so much for pointing that out. The comment section is actually lit up. I'm just going to read a few comments from the session for you. Yeah, so they're just mentioning planning, budget, anticipation, smart, governance, you know, core problem, like the things you mentioned are core, you mentioned are core problems, you know, the Niger Delta. Thank you, Mrs. Presenter. The government must be seriously involved in order for the projects to be successful. We need to discuss about flooding and deforestation under that individual level. That use of light colored clothes like blue is also recommended as they absorb less heat and keep cool. Singapore, Netherlands, Kenya, like there's a lot of comments here. So well done, Hafizat, for that wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Somebody said this is
thank you very much.
This is also most well presented. I don't know, but I think they mean it's one of the most well presented. I don't know, but yeah, I think they're good comments. Well done.
Thank you
thank you so
much.
much,
I'm
Hafizat.
grateful.
This is our last presenter for today. Thank you once again to all the presenters for those insightful and impactful research presentations. You know, your work has truly enriched today's discussions and reflected the depth of innovation and commitment needed to address climate challenges. As we gradually bring this session to a close, we sincerely appreciate everyone who has stayed engaged through the call. We have 112 participants so far. When we started, we had the highest number of 138 participants, or 37, roughly 30 something participants anyways. But right now, that's since 10 a.m., 9:30 a.m. we started, but officially 10 a.m. we kicked off, and we have 112 people still listening in. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Before we officially wrap up, I would like to share a brief but important announcement regarding tomorrow's program. So tomorrow would be our main session, which will feature engaging panel discussions and exhibitions. Registration will begin at 8:30 a.m. and the event will commence promptly at 9:30 a.m. The event location has already been shared with all participants, so please kindly check your email for confirmation and further details. So we look forward to welcoming you all tomorrow for what promises to be even more enriching and impactful experience. So right about now, I'll be calling on our project lead of SDSN Youth Nigeria, in the person of, let me check if Ajay is on the call. I had someone moved in. All right, so in the person of Adeola Oluwabukomi, to take the closing remark for this session. Ajay, you have the floor
Good
now.
afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Aya. Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you perfectly well.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, this is over 5 hours now, and it has not even gotten boring for a minute. Thank you so much for anchoring this session. Thank you so much, Aisha. Thanks so much for putting so much energy into making sure that day one is a success. Thank you so much. And to our participants on YouTube, your energy was also high for this event. We appreciate you for dialing in today. Tomorrow is also packed already. For those that will be coming in physically, we're excited to host you. And to those that will be joining us virtually, we're going to be making sure that it feels like you are actually sitting in the event hall. Thank you so much for those who are also working at the back end. I mean, it actually takes a whole community, it takes a team to bring this particular event to you. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating. See you tomorrow. Bye for now.
Bye, everyone. There's no attendance, okay? Bye, everyone.